Today we'll take a vote on health care expected. We go to the House of Representatives.
Please send your spirit of peace upon this assembly on a day of great political moment. The attention of millions of Americans is focused as the House considers legislation impacting the health care and coverage of so many citizens. On this National Day of Prayer, please attend to the supplications of your people. May the deliberations of these days issue forth in legislation that indeed promotes the general welfare, one of the purposes of government articulated in the preamble to our Constitution. And may all that is done within the People's House this day be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House his approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, I demand a vote on the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will please rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney. The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, last Congress I introduced a bipartisan legislation to give schools the flexibility to provide low-fat flavored milk as a part of the National School Lunch Program. I'm happy to announce that the omnibus bill we passed yesterday contains language from my legislation and allows the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture to grant exemptions to schools that wish to provide students with flavored, nutritional, low-fat fluid milk at breakfast and lunch. Mr. Speaker, milk is the #1 source of 9 essential nutrients in young Americans' diets and provides multiple health benefits, including better bone health, lower blood pressure, and reduced risk of cardiovascular disease or type 2 diabetes. Consumption of milk in schools has been on a decline for several years, despite the fact that public school enrollment continues to grow. Not only is the declining consumption detrimental to the healthy young people, but it is adversely affecting our nation's dairy farmers. The bottom line, if children won't consume milk, there's no way it can be nutritional, and I'm glad to see flavored milk back in our school cafeterias. Mr. Speaker, on this National Day of Prayer, there will be today, with the bills being considered, many words and powerful words being spoken here today, but none more powerful spoke on this day, the National Day of Prayer in our capital, than 3 words: let us pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you. Well, the so-called American Health Care Act is up today. If you are over age 50, insurance companies can charge you 5 times the normal rate. This couple, 64 years old, $30,000 a year income, $1,700 for policy now. After this great bill passes, this big, beautiful bill, $15,000 a year for health care out of a $30,000 income. Now, how the heck does that work? In the next 3 years, 24 million Americans will lose coverage. Among them, 153,000 in my district on the Oregon Health Plan, so-called extended Medicaid. But that wasn't bad enough to get this bill through the House. The right wing demanded more. So they have done away with the pre-existing condition exclusion. Now they say, oh no, it's still in there, but the insurance company can charge you whatever they want. You have cancer? Oh, that'll be $100,000 a year for your policy. Oh, but don't worry. They're going to have a risk pool. A few members with weak knees went down to the White House. They got a deal with the deal maker, Trump. $8 billion, a lot of money for people with pre-existing conditions. Unfortunately, there are 130 million American adults with pre-existing conditions as described by the insurance industry. Over 5 years, that will be $1 per month per person.
Gentleman's
That's
time
going
has
to buy a
expired.
hell of a lot of health care,
Gentleman's
right?
time has expired. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is National Small Business Week, and I rise to celebrate the more than 27 million small businesses in the United States of America and the 31,000 that are in my congressional district. The men and women who own these firms are truly the backbone of our economy. Small businesses create most of the new jobs in the economy, supporting their families, employees, and communities. Small businesses want to grow and create jobs, but have difficulty accessing capital. Furthermore, too many people remain out of work through no fault of their own. We must do more to fight high unemployment rates by helping to ensure that small businesses have the tools they need to succeed and thrive. That's why I introduced H.R. 2313, the Small Business Relief and Job Creation Act. My bill provides tax credits for small businesses to hire people who were previously unemployed and includes additional tax credits for small businesses located in high unemployment areas. I welcome my colleagues to co-sponsor H.R. 2313 to support small businesses across the country.
Gentleman yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor First Lieutenant Weston C. Lee of Bluffton, Georgia, who died on April 29, 2017 in Mosul, Iraq, in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. First Lieutenant Lee died from injuries sustained while part of a Train, Advise, Assist mission in support of partner forces. First Lieutenant Lee was assigned to Charlie Company, 1st Battalion, 325 Infantry Regiment of the 82nd Airborne Division, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. I'd like to extend my heartfelt sympathies and condolences to his team, his family, and his friends who have suffered this loss. Thank you, Lieutenant Lee, for your service and sacrifice to our nation. Mr. Speaker, I would now ask that the remainder of our time be used in a moment of silence in honor of Lieutenant Lee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the so-called American Health Care Act. It was a bad deal for America before, and it's a worse deal today. It's an offense to working families. You're going to pay more for your premiums, co-pays, and deductibles, and you're going to get less. Preventative services, gone. Mental and behavioral health services, no more. Prescription drugs, gone, or at best, a whole lot more expensive. It's a life and death proposition for the 326,000 people in my district with pre-existing conditions, segregated into expensive high-risk pools, facing mind-boggling premium increases if you happen to have asthma, diabetes, cancer, or become pregnant. It's a broken promise to America. President Trump promised not to cut Medicaid, broken. He promised insurance for everybody, broken. He promised pre-existing conditions would be covered, broken. Mr. Speaker, I won't be complicit in this broken promise. I won't uninsure 24 million Americans. I'm resisting. I'm voting no. I yield back the balance of my time.
And what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of our nation's heroes. On April 27th, Army Ranger Sergeant Joshua P. Rogers of Bloomington, Illinois, was killed in action serving his third tour in Afghanistan. At age 22, Sergeant Rogers had already earned the prestigious Ranger Tab, Parachutist Badge, Marksmanship Qualification Badge, Expert Rifle, and many others. Sergeant Rogers leaves behind his parents, Kevin and Vonda, sisters Emily and Hannah, brother Ashton, and countless others whose lives have been forever changed by his. I never had the honor of meeting Sergeant Rogers, but those who knew him best remember him as a warrior, tenacious, humble, determined, a true inspiration to everyone who knew him. We are forever grateful to Sergeant Rogers and the men and women who put country above all else, a debt which we can never repay. It is because of Sergeant Rogers and many like him that we live in the land of the free. It truly is because of the brave. On Saturday, Sergeant Rogers will be laid to rest as his family and friends gather to celebrate his life, a life filled with patriotism, honor, and service. This House and his country will never forget Sergeant Rogers' sacrifice. May God bless his family and the brothers and sisters he served alongside. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of National Small Business Week. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and this week is dedicated to celebrating and recognizing them and their contributions to our nations. Because of this, I wanted to take a moment to recognize a few stellar small businesses in North Central Florida. Archer Automotive and Tire, founded in 2004, came from about after a fleet mechanic of over 20 years decided he wanted to open his own shop. 13 years later, they have expanded into a state-of-the-art facility and employing over 8 families, allowing them to serve even more of their community. Eat at the 80, winner of the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce 2016 Leading Women Enterprise Award, is a meal delivery service specializing in health food that doesn't lack flavor or quality. They believe that everyone should have access to a healthy diet and built a business that could provide meals for working families. Finally, I'd like to recognize Endoscopy Replacement Parts, an aftermarket manufacturer established in 1997. Their 18 years of manufacturing experience, great customer service, and giving back to the community has led them to be recognized as the 2015 Manufacturers Association of Florida Manufacturer of the Year and the 2015 Small Business Administration Small Business Exporter of the Year. Mr. Speaker, it's businesses like that keep our communities vital and growing, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 308 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 46, House Resolution 308, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2192, to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, during further consideration of the bill, H.R. 1628, to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017 as amended, pursuant to House Resolution 228, the further amendments printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution shall be considered as adopted.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I'll yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection, so ordered. And
during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on House Resolution 308 currently under consideration.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized for as much time as he wishes to use.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to bring forward this rule on behalf of the Rules Committee. Over the past few weeks, the Rules Committee has had the opportunity to hear from numerous stakeholders, from the chair and ranking members of committees of jurisdiction to the members who have offered amendments. Most recently, last night, we heard testimony from Mr. MacArthur and Mr. Upton to explain their amendments and address questions from the committee members, and from Ms. McSally, to explain her legislation. This rule provides for further consideration of H.R. 1628, the American Health Care Act, and incorporates 3 amendments, the Palmer-Schweikert Amendment, the MacArthur Amendment, and the Upton Amendment that strengthen the underlying bill. It also provides for consideration of H.R. 2192, legislation authored by Representative McSally, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Mr. Speaker, all across our country, the Affordable Care Act continues to strip hardworking Americans and families of access to affordable and quality medical care and offer them skyrocketing premiums and anemic provider networks in return. Democrats have smuggled Obamacare through with little regard for the procedure, left lofty and empty promises that benefit simply a bureaucratic machine. 7 years later, we have seen these promises evaporate as Obamacare patients lose access to their doctors, lose the very insurance plan they were promised would remain intact, and our friends across the aisle claim that coverages has been expanded. Individuals who never had quality health care before now have access. Mr. Speaker, I wish that were true, but it's not. I wish my colleagues and I didn't hear from neighbor after neighbor who can't find a doctor to accept ACA insurance, who avoids medical care altogether because their deductibles reach higher than the clouds. But we do hear from them because Americans are suffering as insurance providers flee from the not-so-free market. You see, coverage doesn't mean access to care. Unfortunately, we've heard all too often that individuals may have health coverage, but they can't use it because their premiums and deductibles are too high for them to actually afford the care. What good does the coverage do a woman who earns $22,000 a year and has a $5,000 deductible? What good does it do a young family to have insurance that no provider in their community accepts? What good does it do to say we want to grow the economy and create jobs when American businesses are struggling to keep their doors open due to the Obamacare mandates? We have witnessed insurers dropping out of the exchanges and seen premiums climbing while consumers are left with less and less choice. 5 states have one option and no choice for health insurance, and nothing guarantees that their residents will keep that much. Obamacare has hijacked the free market and has taken some Americans' liberties with it. We must remember that exchanging freedom, choice, self-determination for security at the hands of Big Brother too often leaves us with neither liberty nor security. We know that Obamacare was designed to make a single-payer system inevitable. And to the extent that a single-payer system means a zero-choice system, the prophecy is already coming true. Families can no longer choose to save for retirement or pay for their mortgages because premiums suck up all the oxygen in their budget. Individuals who want to purchase a PPO cannot because their county only offers HMO plans. Disabled Americans who depend on Medicare for that find that Obamacare has given more federal funding to able-bodied Americans than our more vulnerable neighbors. In my district, a young mother who wants to take care of her young son to the family doctor post-Obamacare can't because she can't find a physician who accepts her new insurance. Brittany Ivey and her husband have struggled under the consequences of the Affordable Care Act. Mrs. Ivey was working part-time at a small business that provided her family with health insurance until the effects of Obamacare on the insurance market raised her premium sharply. This drove the Ivey family into the individual market, where a mid-level plan took 65% of her monthly gross income, even after small federal subsidy. Unable to afford insurance through her employer, Mrs. Ivey turned to the federal exchange, where she obtained a plan that neither her nor her children's doctor would accept. The Affordable Care Act robbed Americans' ability to choose health care that worked for them, and the Affordable Care Act destroyed the insurance market along with the benefits that competition and innovation offer all of us. The American people deserve better. Obamacare replaced our doctors with bureaucrats because that's what socialized medicine does. And the American Health Care Act is our last chance to get off the federal Ferris wheel before we're locked into a health care system that takes us nowhere and offers neighbors nothing but heartburn. The American Health Care Act guts the most egregious provisions of Obamacare, rolls back the law's taxes, restores flexibility to states, and helps to make quality care accessible and affordable. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I came to Congress was to repeal and replace Obamacare and rein in our nation's bloated, ballooning entitlement system. The American Health Care Act does that, and for the first time, making major reforms to an entitlement program, Medicaid. It rolls back the Medicaid expansion under Obamacare, one of the fundamental pillars, and it makes structural changes to the program to ensure it only goes to the individuals where they intended to help. The American Health Care Act allows states to establish work requirements for able-bodied adult Medicaid enrollees, lets states choose between the per capita cap and a flexible Medicaid block grant, and increases the growth rate to cover disabled and elderly Medicaid populations. The bill enacts patient-centered reforms, increases access to health care savings accounts, and creates a patient and state stability fund to help stabilize insurance markets that have contracted during Obamacare. Over the course of the last several weeks, we have worked in this House to strengthen the bill. We have listened to feedback from constituents, neighbors, stakeholders, and each other. Importantly, coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions is maintained as a baseline within the bill. An amendment from Mr. MacArthur further protects individuals with pre-existing conditions from being denied coverage. While the amendment provides states with additional flexibility by allowing them to seek a waiver, individuals with pre-existing conditions will not be left out to dry. In fact, there are conditions attached to the waiver that ensure states use funds provided by the bill, should they receive the waiver, to set up high-risk pools for those very individuals. With the addition of the Upton Amendment, the bill provides $108 billion to help states fund programs such as high-risk pools. Mr. Speaker, my home state of Georgia has a very different needs than California. That's why I think it makes sense to give states more say in what works for their populations. Our plan does this, but it does so in a way that ensures protections exist for vulnerable populations like elderly, disabled, and children. The rule also provides for Representative McSally's legislation to ensure that members of Congress and their staff are treated the same as all Americans. I fully support this bill and firmly believe elected officials should be required to live under the same laws as those elected to represent. President Trump has made his support of the American Health Care Act and its strengthening amendments clear, and I stand with him in supporting this legislation to gut Obamacare and rescue the American people. Mr. Speaker, average premiums rose by 40% or more in 11 states just this year. The statistics and the stories speak for themselves. We must act to dismantle Obamacare, and the Affordable Health Care Act does that. I support the rule before us today to provide for further improvements to the bill and look forward to supporting both the rule and the underlying bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman yield half the time to the minority, 30 minutes?
I did in my opening statement, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. And the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Georgia, my friend Mr. Collins, for the customary 30 minutes. I want to ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized for as much time as he wishes to use.
Pathetic. That is the word to describe this process and this bill. If the American people could sue Congress for malpractice, my Republican friends would be in deep trouble. How could you do this? How could you do this to the American people? How can you do this to the people you represent? You are taking away essential health care protections. You're allowing insurance companies to discriminate against people with pre-existing conditions. You're supporting a bill that will throw 24 million people off of their health care and cut Medicaid by $880 billion to give a $1 trillion tax break to the wealthiest people in this country. What is wrong with you guys? Today's rule self-executes 3 of the newest Republican amendments to the Republican health plan. This means, without any sort of debate or discussion whatsoever, the Palmer, MacArthur, and Upton amendments will magically pass the House. What I find so hard to believe about this latest backroom deal is that they actually make this bill worse. I didn't think that was possible, Mr. Speaker. To shore up support amongst this chamber's most conservative faction, Representative MacArthur and others made a deal with President Trump to gut protections for individuals with pre-existing conditions and to eliminate essential health benefits like maternity care, mental health treatment, and prescription drug coverage, just to name a few. These are among the most popular provisions of the Affordable Care Act. And the American people were justifiably outraged, and they showed up by the thousands to town halls to express their anger. And there were some on the Republican side who actually got it. They listened to their constituents, and they had the courage to stand up and say no. But when Republican leaders came up short in their whip count, Representative Upton ran to the White House and concocted a deal with President Trump to try to win back votes. His amendment adds a measly $8 billion spread out over 5 years in a futile attempt to soften the devastating impact that this bill will have on millions and millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now, $8 billion over 5 years sounds like a lot, but when we're talking about an entire country, it really isn't. But don't take it from me. Robert Grayboys from the conservative Mercatus Center said, and I quote, "The $8 billion amount is a pittance. Spread out over 5 years, it's a fifth of a pittance," end quote. This is not a left-wing organization. This is an organization founded by the Koch industries, the Koch brothers. My friends love the Koch brothers. What's more, some analysts have already estimated that an additional $200 billion will be needed over a decade to adequately fund high-risk pools. So this amendment is billions upon billions upon billions of dollars short. And as the Center for American Progress points out, the updated amendment, and let me quote, will have almost no effect, end quote. Now, my colleagues who have been won over by this should be ashamed of themselves. We're supposed to fix problems and help people, not merely settle for political cover that can be used in a press release. $8 billion to cover a $200 billion shortfall. Back where I come from, we call that being a cheap date. I guarantee you, your constituents are going to figure this out, and they will not be happy. So to so-called moderate Republicans who have contorted themselves this week to try to find a fix to the damage being done to the people with pre-existing conditions, I have breaking news. I have a magic bullet fix if Republicans really want to protect people with pre-existing conditions. Are you ready? Brace yourselves. Don't change the law. Everyone is already protected by the Affordable Care Act, including people with pre-existing conditions and those who struggle to find affordable care. And let me say to my colleagues, to claim or imply that this Republican plan covers pre-existing conditions is a lie, plain and simple. Now let me say a few words about the process that has been used to bring this bill to the floor. It has been a disaster from start to finish, with secret negotiations, backroom deals, and bribes to buy off factions within the Republican conference. There have been no hearings on this bill whatsoever. And the Republican leadership couldn't even slow down long enough to receive a score from the CBO. I have one simple question. What's the rush? Wait a week and get a CBO score. Why is that such a radical idea? Mr. Speaker, are Republican leaders jamming this bill through to appease Donald Trump? Are they concerned that a new CBO score will confirm what we already know is true, that this bill would be devastating to the people of this country, force even more people to lose their health care, especially to older, sick, and low-income Americans? Or maybe, Mr. Speaker, Republican leaders are worried that their colleagues will go home over this week-long break and actually hear from their constituents who overwhelmingly oppose this effort to repeal the Affordable Care Act. Honestly, I don't know how my Republican friends can defend this terrible, closed, authoritarian process. It is an absolute disgrace. So I'd urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, or better yet, I urge the Republican colleagues to do what they did a couple of weeks ago and pull this disastrous bill. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves his time. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to H.J. Res. 66, joint resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Department of Labor relating to savings arrangements established by states for non-governmental employees. Thank you.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Budget, Mr. Yarmouth.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the question every member of Congress should be asking themselves today is who in the world is better off because of today's bill? It's not the 24 million people the CBO says will lose their health coverage if this bill becomes law. It's not the seniors who will be priced out of the market by an age tax, or millions of families who will see their health care gutted by the more than $800 billion cuts to Medicaid. And it's not the 881,000 non-elderly adults in Kentucky with pre-existing conditions who would once again face staggering health costs with reduced care. So who is better off? Well, certainly corporations and millionaires who will see nearly $1 trillion in tax cuts from this bill. And at least in their minds, a few Republican members who are so desperate for some type of political victory they are willing to risk the health and well-being of their constituents to ram through a bill without hearings, analysis, or most alarmingly, any sense of morality. That's the cruel trade-off my Republican colleagues have decided to make. Our families deserve far better. I urge my Republican colleagues to exercise better judgment and vote no on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Reserve.
And the gentleman from Georgia reserve. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if my colleagues are aware of this since we're moving so quickly here, but I want to flag for everyone an important op-ed in The Hill by the executive director of the Boston Area Rape Crisis Center. And she points out that in the latest version of this legislation, rape can once again be categorized as a pre-existing condition, as it often was before the Affordable Care Act. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter her column entitled Health Reform Will Make Sexual Assault Survivors Sick in the record.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, at this point, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
This destructive legislation hurts middle-class families and threatens massive disruption to our healthcare system. And it's only gone from bad to worse. Stripping protections from 133 million Americans with pre-existing conditions isn't just wrong, it's inhumane. Nobody in this country should go bankrupt trying to afford the medical care they need to stay alive. This isn't about politics. It's about human decency and who we are as Americans. It's about people like Jackie, a cancer survivor from Snohomish, who says the Affordable Care Act saved her life. She wrote to me saying, "My cancer recurred, but I was covered. I was able to complete my treatments without having to worry about how to put food on the table or being left to die. Because of the ACA, I survived." We all have stories like this in our districts, but some of my colleagues aren't listening. I hope they find the courage and the wisdom to vote no on this dangerous legislation. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans over the last few months have said that they would fundamentally change health care in the United States. And it's clear today that they have. They've made it much worse. I want to highlight one provision that allows for states to permit insurers to get rid of essential health care benefits and charge people more who have pre-existing conditions. Think about that for a second. In my home state of Texas, the governor and other state leaders have already turned their back on so many people, allowing foster care children to sleep in state offices, allowing sex trafficking and human trafficking victims to go to jail because there's nowhere else to put them. You should ask yourselves, what will your leaders do? Will they allow insurers to charge you more for pre-existing conditions like diabetes and hypertension and cancer and asthma? Do you think and do you trust that they're going to do the right thing by you? Because today, this plan allows them to abandon you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I think one of the interesting things was discussed is the criticism of this. I think it was just a reminder, Mr. Speaker, of what happened 7 years ago when our health care market, which could have been helped by many good ideas, was decided to be taken on a very unhealthy bent. We're now paying the price for that. We're going to continue to see that unless we change it. We're changing that for the better. One of the strongest voices that we've had in this body is someone who has actually taken it as his living to take care of people. Dr. Burgess has not only came to this Congress with a strong voice of not only what doctors in the medical profession have, but I think it gives us an insight into what patients need as well. He has been a clarion voice through this whole process, before Obamacare, during the disaster of Obamacare, and now as we look to fix the problems that have existed. And with that, I'll yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for as much time as he wishes to use.
And I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, how did we get to this point? The Affordable Care Act is simply not working for the American people. It is limiting choices. It is rising costs. It is leaving millions without access to care. And unfortunately, these are not just talking points, but very real issues affecting very real Americans. The Affordable Care Act has left the individual market in shambles and has driven insurers away from offering coverage. Now we are seeing one third of all counties in the United States of America with only a single insurer. And among the plans that have chosen to remain in these markets, there have been widespread double-digit premium increases. In Texas, premiums have jumped 29% a year on average from 2014 to 2017. The markets are in difficulty. They're failing to live up to the promise made 7 years ago that Americans would be able to receive, and I quote, affordable care, close quote. As we knew then and we still know now, this was an empty promise and has priced over 19 million Americans out of the market. What's worse, these individuals are forced to pay the individual mandate penalty or seek a hardship exemption because of the cost to purchase and use their health insurance. Mr. Speaker, 11 months ago, Speaker Ryan released the Better Way plan to save the nation's healthcare system and to bring relief to the American people. This plan, which served as the blueprint for the American Health Care Act, laid out policies to stabilize the markets damaged by the Affordable Care Act, repeal the burdensome Affordable Care Act taxes and mandates that have hindered innovation and limited access to care. So let's take a look at what the American Health Care Act does. First and foremost, the American Health Care Act provides immediate relief to the state insurance markets. As Republicans, we know that one-size-fits-all works for no one and certainly did not work for the individual markets. The states should have the flexibility to support their insurance markets and ensure that plans can continue to provide options for coverage. To do this, we relaxed two of the more egregious market regulations that were imposed under the Affordable Care Act. The mandate that premiums cannot vary for younger and older Americans by more than a 3-to-1 ratio, and the mandate creating fixed actuarial values for plans. The mandate limiting a plan's ability to set premiums by age has driven up the cost of coverage for younger and healthier Americans and subsequently pushed them away from seeking coverage by the millions. Of the over 19 million Americans who have sidestepped the individual market, it is estimated that as many as 45% of these individuals are under the age of 35. Without these younger Americans seeking coverage, the markets have plunged, as insurers have hiked up premiums year after year to compensate for unhealthy risk pools. To change this, there is relaxation of the 5-to-1 ratio. It will lower premium costs and provide necessary opportunities to stabilize markets. We also give states the option, the choice, go higher or go lower, which honors the spirit of federalism. Additionally, we are repealing the actuarial values mandate to provide insurers with additional flexibility to offer more coverage options. The requirement for insurers to offer specified bronze, silver, and gold level tiers has limited consumer choice, driving even more individuals away from seeking coverage and further contributing to the collapse of the healthcare markets. To further supplement these efforts, we are establishing the Patient and State Stability Fund. This fund provides states access to a total of over $140 billion over 10 years to promote innovative solutions to lower costs and increased access to health care for their unique patient populations. Mr. Speaker, the goal is simple: to provide states with maximum flexibility in how they address the cost of care for their citizens. The American Health Care Act provides states with options for how to use funds, including providing financial assistance for high-cost individuals, incentivizing insurer participation in those markets, reducing the cost of insurance, promoting access to preventive services, and reducing out-of-pocket costs for patients. The Congressional Budget Office estimated the combination of the Stability Fund and other pro-consumer changes would reduce premiums by 10% below current projections of 2026. We want patients to have access to high-quality, affordably priced health coverage. The Patient and State Stability Fund can help states lower cost and can increase access to high-quality health care for their citizens. In addition to supporting the insurance markets, the American Health Care Act creates needed reforms to the Medicaid program itself. Without any changes, the current Medicaid expansion is expected to cost $1 trillion in 10 years' time. $1 trillion a year in 10 years' time. Medicaid needs reforms so that states can continue to provide coverage to children, people with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups, the very populations that this safety net program was created to serve. To address these concerns, the American Health Care Act first phases out the Medicaid expansion, not traditional Medicaid, but Medicaid expansion. The expansion has hurt state budgets and limited the states' abilities to ensure that resources will continue to be available for the vulnerable populations for which Medicaid was designed. By phasing out expansion, we are providing states with greater budget autonomy. Additionally, our bill helps further bend the Medicaid cost curve by shifting the program toward a per-beneficiary allotment. Per-beneficiary allotments set limits on the annual growth for per capita expenditures for which the states will receive matching funds from the federal government. Per-beneficiary allotments create greater fiscal accountability and ensure that the program can continue to exist for years to come. This is not a new idea. This was an idea put forward by President Bill Clinton and at one time supported by every Democratic member of the Senate in 1995. Second, the American Health Care Act increases the amount of flexibility that states have in managing their Medicaid program. The bill scales back the Affordable Care Act mandates that have limited a state's ability to tailor plans toward the needs of beneficiaries. States can and states should be trusted to effectively manage the needs of their Medicaid beneficiaries. The American Health Care Act will allow them to do so. Additionally, the American Health Care Act furthers the goal of providing the states with greater flexibility in managing their Medicaid programs by providing states with the option to implement two additional opportunities: work requirements and block grants for Medicaid. When the Affordable Care Act was being debated, some of the most consistent complaints that we heard throughout the discussion came from governors and state representatives expressing concerns about the negative consequences that they saw on the horizon. This time around, we chose to engage our state counterparts in the discussion and listen to their input as we designed the bill, and at the top of their list was a desire to see the work requirements built into the Medicaid and the expansion populations and the opportunity to work with Medicaid as a block grant. Republicans trust that states know what works for their respective populations, and we are not going to stand in the way of states seeking to design Medicaid programs that work for them. Finally, the American Health Care Act provides additional resources to bolster state safety net providers. The bill provides increases to the Community Health Center Fund, offers enhanced funding to support the safety net providers in states that did not expand Medicaid, and ends the cuts to disproportionate share hospital payments, cuts that are going to occur under current law on October 1st of this year. We are committed to ensuring that our local providers can continue to deliver life-saving care and that the American Health Care Act turns this commitment into action. For the millions of Americans in rural and medically underserved areas, these actions will provide needed relief that was undercut by the Affordable Care Act and will allow these Americans to continue to have access to care. Moving forward, together these efforts will provide meaningful reform and relief for the states and for the individuals seeking health care. We are stabilizing the markets, reforming Medicaid in the most substantive and consequential way in its 52-year history, and ensuring that all Americans can maintain access to care through local safety net providers. We do recognize there is still more work to be done in health care, and that is why we only consider the American Health Care Act to be the beginning. It is the key that gets us through the door into additional health reform. From here, we will work with Secretary Price at the Department of Health and Human Services to further deregulate the marketplace and increase consumer choice in the healthcare markets, and we will enhance the American Health Care Act with additional legislative efforts to further the goal of lowering healthcare costs. Mr. Speaker, this should be a very exciting time in healthcare. With all of the knowledge that has been gained over the years in the practice of medicine, I'm humbled to be here today speaking in support of this legislation. It will begin the much-awaited process of unwinding the Affordable Care Act and will finally return patients to the center of health care. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, to rebut the gentleman from Texas, let me ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American Cancer Society, the American Diabetes Association, the American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, the Juvenile Diabetes Foundation, the March of Dimes, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, the National Organization for Rare Disorders, and the National Coalition for Women with Heart Disease.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a statement from the American Medical Association in opposition to this bill. I also ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the American Academy of Family Physicians in opposition to this bill. I also ask unanimous consent to insert a statement from the AARP in strong opposition to this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
If this bill was so great, these organizations would be supporting the Republican bill, not opposing it, and they're strongly opposing it. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
The harsh indifference of these Republicans to the well-being of so many Americans is startling. Trump may temporarily bury the lie central to this plan with a tweet storm, with fake news, but these Republicans who follow him, they will not be able to find an excuse as one family after another suffers. Today's surprise attack on American health care has been widely condemned by health care professionals across the country and those who represent the disabled and sick, like the Cancer Society and the March of Dimes. Jimmy Kimmel, know that your baby was fortunate, but others born with a disability will face the barrier of pre-existing conditions. And they didn't listen to the AARP that knows that those Americans too young for Medicare by a few years will get socked with unaffordable premiums. They don't know what this monstrosity of a bill costs to the taxpayer. They don't know how many families will lose coverage, how many jobs will be lost. They don't really know what's in this bill. They know only that the Pied Piper of Trump Tower is playing a tune today, and they must dance. There is much talk about high-risk pools. The real high-risk pool is the one that everyone who votes for this outrageous proposal is about to plunge into. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this point, I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New York, the ranking member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Slaughter.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly thank my colleague for yielding me this time. I was fortunate enough to bring the ACA to the floor after years of working on it, experts writing it, and it had such incredible things in it. I think it would behoove us this morning to talk about what every one of us who have health insurance are going to lose, because the benefits of the ACA accrue to all of us. Now, you need to know first they're going to lose the fact that 85 cents of every premium dollar will go for health care. It will go back to insurance profits. Also going to lose the fact that families could no longer go bankrupt because of health care. The largest cause of bankruptcy of families was medical bills. And the ACA took care of that. Nobody ever talks about that much. But if a single person spent $4,500 a year on health care, a family $12,500, the insurance companies picked up the rest of it. How about that? That's a pretty good loss, isn't it, that we're going to face? So why in the world are we rushing into this thing? Well, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, verified as recently as last Saturday evening in Pennsylvania that we have to do this first because $800 billion has to come out of health care so that they can do the tax bill with great corporate relief and tax relief for the 1%. So as you lose your health care, your ability to go to the doctor, your pre-existing conditions because risk pools don't work, be comforted by the fact that we are in the hands of people who put the needs of corporations and wealthy people ahead of the citizens of the United States. And just in case you think people aren't paying any attention, For the first time in my life, my office has 185 applications for 6 seats as interns in the summertime. It is unheard of. Calls in my office have gone from about 10 a day to 80, all of them talking about this. I have never seen political suicide in my life like I'm seeing today. And I think our leader put it so succinctly, you were tattooing that on your foreheads. Now, those people out there who've really gotten sort of used to this, all we've heard all the way through is that this is going to fall apart. The problems going on with ACA right now are that the insurance companies have uncertainty because of what's been going on here. And I need to bring up one of the greatest hoaxes in American any kind of institution that passes laws. For over 60 times, you brought to the floor of this House and we debated bills to do away with the health care. Repeal and replace, you shouted. Millions and millions of dollars worth of time on this floor were spent on what was absolutely a hoax because you had no repeal and replace plan. It was simply all talk. And now you've got to rush through this so you can do your big tax bill. I'm sorry to see this happen. It is a sad day for the United States. Yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make an inquiry of the gentleman from Georgia, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel bad for you a little bit because it appears you only have one speaker supporting this rule and the bill. So nearly our entire caucus wants to speak on this against the Republican health care repeal bill. And so I was wondering whether you might consider sharing some time with us.
I think the gentleman is a wonderful manager of time. He'll be able to parse the time as best he may see fit. I have other speakers who probably will be coming by. So okay, I would just encourage the general manager to manage his time well.
Yeah,
with that, I yield back.
It looks kind of lonely over there. It speaks volumes about how much support there is for this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Peskrell.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Recognized for 1 minute.
Well, now I have to say to my friends on the other side, you sold out cheap, as we say in New Jersey, all to give a tax cut to insurance companies and the most well-off. The Upton Amendment is, of course, an admission. After 7 years, you came up with this? You got to be kidding me. This is worse than a Fellini movie. At least he didn't take 7 years to distinguish between fantasy and reality. For New Jersey with asthma, this will mean a $4,340 premium surcharge. For autism, $5,510. The list goes on and on. $60,000, $70,000 if you have cancer. But let's discuss the attempt to rid the essential health benefits, which removes yet another ACA protection for everyone. So now the Republicans have hit for the cycle. You hit for the cycle. You jeopardize the health care of nearly every single American, those on Medicare, those on Medicaid, those in the ACA exchanges, and now 150 million people with employer coverage. You sold out. It's a shame. I like most of you. Well, you know, you were on the wrong path, and it took you 7 years for this. I will never yield. I will never yield.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair, not to each other. Gentleman from Georgia.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American College of Physicians in opposition to the bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert a letter from the Cancer Action Network against this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert a letter from the American Society of Clinical Oncology against this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American Congress of Rehabilitation Medicine against this bill. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Consortium for Citizens with Disabilities in strong opposition to this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield at this point, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute to my colleague from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one reason this bill is on the floor today. The president cares more about cutting a deal than keeping his promises. He promised we'd lower costs. That turned out to be a lie. He promised we'd expand coverage. That turned out to be a lie. He promised we'd protect millions of Americans with pre-existing conditions. That, too, was a lie. Back in Massachusetts at the Agawam Diner, I met a veteran named Cliff who told me when I was on my way to Washington for the first time to go to Washington as an American. Not as a Democrat or as a Republican, but as an American. To my Republican colleagues, heed Cliff's advice today. Don't vote as a Republican, vote as an American. Don't throw away your credibility to give a legislative victory to a president who will never stick his neck out for anyone other than himself. And for what? To betray the people who trusted them? I urge my Republican colleagues to put country before party and vote no on this ridiculous bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time, and members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is interesting today is we would not be here today if there was not the problems that you, Mr. Speaker, and I have seen. 1/3 of this country has one insurer. Premiums, double-digit increases. People who can afford, maybe even with subsidies, the amount of their plan can't afford the deductibles and copays. They go to doctors who won't take their insurance. We're not here by mistake, Mr. Speaker. We're here because Obamacare is an abject failure. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the Children's Leadership Council opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from Paralyzed Veterans of America against this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the March of Dimes opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from AFSCME in strong opposition from this bill. And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the National Farmers Union in strong opposition to this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Neal.
I ask to address the House for a long 1 minute. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks, Mr. McGovern. This procedure that we're witnessing here this morning, based on what happened at the White House for the last 48 hours, has all the charm of a ransom note. The idea that this is put in front of us so that they can provide a tax cut at the expense of middle-class Americans is really what we're voting on today. So that child who is born with diabetes across America can no longer be guaranteed health insurance if we turn this option over to the states. Anybody who's come from local or state government, you know this. That money will be used to balance the budgets in economic downturns at the expense of those who need it for health care. And another essential point here as I think we go forward. The other side, and by the way, there's only two on the other side. What's amazing about this is when you consider that argument that they had with us yesterday about national defense, understand this. Real national defense also includes providing health care for members of the American family. That's a very important consideration. They are about to subtract from guaranteed benefits to the American family for the purpose of offering a tax cut to people at the very top, and again, at the expense of middle-class Americans.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia reserves his time, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Did the gentleman from Georgia? Oh, good. Some people are finally coming in. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, Mr. Crowley.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. Well, here we go again. The majority thinks they finally found the right combination of political giveaways to pass their bill. A bill that, we have to remember, still kicks 24 million Americans off their health care coverage. It still charges seniors more. It still takes away the most basic protections of your health plan that it should cover. And despite what you hear, this latest Band-Aid amendment is not going to change any of that. That's just what we know so far, since this bill was built on backroom deals and haphazard guesses. We don't even know how much this bill will cost. Not just dollars added to the deficit, but the human cost of how much more damaging this bill will be. It's the height of irresponsible governing, not just rushing something through without full and fair consideration. Frankly, we're getting used to that on our side of the aisle. But to force through a bill that you know is going to hurt, it's going to hurt 24 million Americans. It's more than irresponsible. It's just plain wrong.
Has expired. The gentleman from Georgia reserves his time, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the National Education Association in strong opposition to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Nurse Midwives, the American College of Physicians, American Congress of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the National Association of Nurse Practitioners in Women's Health, the National Partnership of Women and Families, and Planned Parenthood Federation of America.
Without objection, so ordered.
And, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker very much. I want you to look and keep your eyes on who will feel the Trump care's mother of all bombs of health care dropped on the American people. God have mercy on your soul. I am a person living with a pre-existing disease. I am a breast cancer survivor. And this heartless and callous bill, with 24 million plus people being thrown off of the health care and reverse Robin Hood of stealing from the poor or the seniors laying in their bed, where you're doing an age tax that is 5 times more than any other young person has to pay, is disgraceful. Or the pittance that you've given for pre-existing condition, $8 billion. They say you need $25 billion. And then you're telling the states, oh, get a waiver. That's going to celebrate. And then you're saying to Trump, the king, that we have the votes to drop that mother of all bomb of health care. Let me just simply say, I want to stand with the people. I want her to live in dignity and to be able to get well. I want to make sure that Medicaid is provided for working families. I want insurance companies who make a lot of profit. And I want to say this, I don't want the poor to sleep under bridges, to beg in the streets, to steal bread from the market because they can't get any health insurance. God have mercy.
Lady's time has expired. She will suspend. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I had to defend Obamacare, I'd go into hysterics too. Since Obamacare went into effect, the insurance choices and coverage have gotten lower and the costs have gotten higher. Virtually no doctors take the marketplace insurance, so I'm left to change doctors who I've seen for over 30 years, switch to new doctors I don't trust, who cannot provide the same health care benefits I received in the past. I have a brain tumor that I have monitored by a very skilled neuro-oncologist. Not anymore. The 3 choices I was given via healthcare.gov aren't even honored forms of insurance for this doctor. Yep, left them out again. With that, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messer.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the rhetoric on the other side of the aisle, today is an exciting day for those of us who've been working and fighting to end Obamacare's reign over this country. You know, it's race month in Indiana, and I want to remind my colleagues that as exciting as today is, today's vote's a green flag, not a checkered flag. It's the beginning of the race, not the end. Today, the House will vote to move legislation forward that will repeal Obamacare and replace it with something far better. The bill will surely undergo more changes as we continue this process through the Senate, but it's on its way to the finish line. And there's some really strong policy in this bill. It cuts taxes by $1 trillion on the American people, and government spending by hundreds of billions too. And despite the rhetoric, it keeps pre-existing condition prohibitions. No one with a pre-existing condition will be denied coverage because of the policies in this bill. And insurance companies cannot raise premiums on individuals with pre-existing conditions as long as they maintain coverage. The bill will also make sure 26-year-olds continue to stay on their parents' health care plans as they enter the workforce. Most importantly, though, the bill unshackles American families from the mandates, taxes, and penalties that are costing these families thousands of dollars each year. Though Obamacare helps some, We have to remember that Obamacare made things worse for millions of Americans, and that's where the national anger has come from. I've heard from countless Hoosiers who tell me the story of their premiums going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month with deductibles that are through the roof, $10,000 plus a month. They have to spend $30,000 out of pocket before they even get to their insurance. And for a middle-class family, that means they have no meaningful insurance at all. We can do better, and we will. That starts today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the National Rural Health Association opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American Thoracic Society in opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics opposed to this bill. I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the Jewish Federations opposed to this bill. And I ask unanimous consent to insert an article that was in the Wall Street Journal today entitled, "Employers Looking to Lower Their Costs Can Impose Lifetime Limits and Eliminate the Out-of-Pocket Cost Cap from Their Plans under the GOP legislation."
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan recognized for 1 minute.
You know, it's just been said, no one with a pre-existing condition will be denied treatment. That is a cruel falsehood. Roughly 129 million Americans today have a pre-existing condition. And here's what the AMA says to refute what was just said. The history of high-risk pools demonstrates that Americans with pre-existing conditions will be stuck in second-class health coverage if they are able to obtain coverage at all. So now we have a proposal for $8 billion. That is a deceitful fraud. And I intend, going back home, to travel the state of Michigan and elsewhere and tell the American people that those who have said that are simply not being truthful. They essentially are turning their backs on 129 million Americans. We Democrats will never turn our back on the people of the United States of America. When it comes to health care, it's a vital, vital need. I yield back.
Expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even with, again, the muddled hysterics, there's nothing in this bill, even if you have pre-existing coverage now, there's nothing says you lose it. Let's at least get the facts straight. But also let's talk about families on why we're here. Despite Obama's promises, my plan was canceled at an affordable $450 a month when Obamacare was implemented. My new plan, gone up every year for 2017, will be $1,300 a month. My husband and I cannot keep up these increases. Soon it will be a choice between food and housing or health care. Virginia from Florida. With that, I yield a minute to the gentleman from Michigan.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question today is, how long will the opposition try to hold on to the failing Affordable Care Act? How long will they desperately try to hold on with their fingernails, screaming and thrashing at something that's failing so miserably? While just this week, it was announced 94 of 99 counties in Iowa will not have a carrier at all. While in Michigan this year, individual policy premiums went up 20%, never mind deductibles and copays. While currently 26 million Americans do not have coverage, 19.2 million either claim a waiver or pay a penalty that last year was $3 billion. Yet somehow, the other side of the aisle claims the Affordable Care Act is some form of nirvana. The American Health Care Act guarantees issuance of coverage and targets assistance to those that have health challenges. In contrast to the Affordable Care Act, it just thinks we should throw money at it. What amazes me in my first few months here in Congress is that there's a problem, we'll just throw money. The opposition wants a blank check, which will not work in this country, is going to kill this country. And let me suggest to my colleague from Michigan, my neighbor, that if he wants to schedule to go around the state and talk about the benefits of this program versus the Affordable Care Act, I will go with him. We will go anywhere he'd like to go. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia reserves his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a statement from the Children's Hospital Association in opposition to this bill. I would like to insert a statement from Families USA in opposition to this bill, and a statement from the Association of American Medical Colleges in opposition to this bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
At this point, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, Ms. Sanchez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe we're here again to vote or not on the Republican healthcare bill. Let me remind my colleagues that we are finally here only after Republicans failed to even hold a vote on March 24th and then offered extreme multiple amendments to appease the furthest right of their party. But I have to give it to them. It takes real cojones to stand here and vote on a bill that they know provides nearly zero health care benefits for the American people. It takes real fortitude and conviction to stand up for a bill that cuts coverage for 24 million Americans, guts Medicaid, reduces the solvency of Medicare, and segregates the sickest. Truth is, Republicans lack the bravery to call this bill what it really is, a massive tax cut for the rich on the backs of working mom and dads and the sick. They lack the integrity to do the hard work that it takes to craft an actual health care bill that would build upon current law and improve the health of Americans. I implore my colleagues to come to their senses, vote against this terrible bill, and work with us to continue to improve health care in this country for all Americans. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been waiting also for my friends across the aisle to stand up and say that Obamacare is a failure. I guess they can't. The voters for the last 7 years have. The small business owners, an American entrepreneur, 2 special needs children. ACA's expensive nightmare. Both my husband and I are small business owners and must pay individual insurance. We're the highest deductible plan offered to us, a monthly premium over $1,000, outstanding medical bills that we struggle to pay off. We have seen our premium go up 14% in expense care, lab, etc. With all exceptions to the president is offering to his corporate friends, it's like us. We are the ones who get ignored. That's the true face of Obamacare. With that, I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Barton.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remark.
Without objection.
Let me say how proud I am to see you in the chair on this historic day. You're doing a fine job. Mr. Speaker and members of the House of Representatives, mandates seldom work. Markets do work. My friends on the Democratic side of the aisle haven't pointed out that 19 million Americans have chosen to pay the tax penalty to the IRS rather than be forced into one of these Obamacare plans. They talk about all the people that have gotten coverage. Most of them got coverage when the bill that's now called Obamacare expanded Medicaid to healthy adults and paid 100% of the cost to cover those individuals at a cost right now of about $70 billion a year. Mandates don't work, markets do. I choose less government mandate, more personal freedom. Vote for the rule, vote for the bill. Let's restore markets and freedom to health care in America.
Reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. And the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Yesterday, Kate called my office worried for her son, who is 1 year old and was born with muscular dystrophy. He will need care for the rest of his life. Without the ban on pre-existing conditions, the cost of insurance for her son will be astronomical. She is paralyzed with fear about how she's going to be able to care for him for the rest of his life. Because under Trump Care, the health care bill written for Donald Trump and not the American people, insurance companies would be able to charge Kate's son more because he has a pre-existing condition. Imagine that. Her son's health care would be out of reach, his precious life endangered. That's unimaginably cruel, especially when we have a system in place right now that gets Kate's son the treatment he deserves. That's why I'm opposing this bill today. I cannot support a measure that we know will cost sick people more money, will force families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, will force 24 million people off their insurance, and guts essential health benefits. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this horrific bill today.
Gentlelady yields back her time. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe probably the reason they won't vote for it is they don't understand it, because pre-existing conditions are covered. If you have coverage now, nothing in our bill, no matter what would come from the state or anyone else, would lose the pre-existing conditions. There's multiple, but I guess it's just easier to talk your talking points and have your poster and go from there. With that, I speak 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mast.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
I, too, am a person with pre-existing conditions, and I believe it's not just something that I should do. It is a responsibility for me to be the staunchest advocate for people out there that have pre-existing conditions, and that is why I'm such an ardent supporter of this bill. I think every American and every person out there with pre-existing conditions should be asking themselves, how is it that they have coverage if every single insurance provider has pulled out of the market? If there's no entity to go out there and provide insurance, how is it that pre-existing conditions could possibly be covered? And I've had the question constantly, how is it so difficult for Republicans to get this bill passed, to get this through the floor? And the answer is this, and this is again the question that every American should be asking themselves. Who is it that's going out there and saying that pre-existing conditions won't be covered? It is the exact same group of people that went out there and lied to the face of every single American, telling them that if they liked their plan, they would keep their plan. If they liked their doctor, they would keep their doctor. That the average American family was going to save $2,500 or more on health insurance. That was a bold-faced lie, and it was orchestrated by architects who specifically went out with the intention to prey on the American people. That is who's going out there selling these lies against my party. And I resent that completely, because we have come up with a plan, with a strategy to go out there and save health care for the American people, and I couldn't be more proud of that.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
And maybe the gentleman hasn't been listening to all the organizations and healthcare advocates that who have come out strongly opposed to the Republican bill that I have read into the record, who know a lot more about healthcare than anybody in this House, who spend their lives protecting people and protecting people's health care rights. They are all in strong opposition to the Republican bill because you take away the protections for pre-existing conditions. Plain and simple. With that, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
We began this debate listening to my friend from Texas talk about how he was humbled to be here today supporting the Republican bill. Well, frankly, I think he should be embarrassed. Embarrassed that my Republican colleagues are afraid to have a full, open, lengthy debate about these impacts. We're taking a consequential piece of legislation and we're jamming it through without a CBO score, so they don't know the impacts and we don't have the confidence. We do know, however, my friend from Massachusetts has read into the record item after item in the Medical Association, disease advocacy groups, the Association of Retired People. It's an honor roll of people who know about health care, who fought to preserve and protect and enhance, and they have no answer to refute this litany of experts who are independent, who are professional, who care. That is something that I think they should be ashamed of. They have had 7 years chipping away at the Affordable Care Act to try and make it worse. It still is supported by people who know.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And their approach should be rejected.
From Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. House be in order. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a letter from the American Public Health Association in strong opposition to the Republican bill.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
The Republican health care bill is reckless and heartless. It increases the cost of premiums and deductibles. It imposes an age tax on older Americans. It unravels protections for patients with pre-existing conditions. It eliminates maternity care, substance abuse treatment, prescription drug coverage, and it does away with lifetime limits and annual caps. President Trump's claim that people with pre-existing conditions will be covered, that is false, and it is a betrayal. And it will have threatening consequences for millions of Americans. It will cost lives. If this passes today, the American people should be in the street to call out the immorality of this legislation. They should decry this offense against humanity and this offense against the American people. And I call on the American people, do not let them get away with it. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin. Who's that?
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to the Republicans' latest plan to dismantle the Affordable Care Act. After Republicans failed to earn the votes to pass their American Health Care Act in March, I thought that we could finally move forward to find bipartisan solutions to improving health care in America. Instead, Republicans have revived their partisan goal of ACA repeal by adding provisions that have made a bad bill even worse. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake about it, the bill before us today will make Americans' health care worse in this country. This legislation will cause 24 million people to lose coverage while drastically increasing health care costs on everyday families. It eliminates federal safeguards to prevent insurers from charging older Americans higher premiums. It cuts essential health benefits like maternity care and prescription drugs. Further, it removes crucial patient protections that prevent discrimination against people with pre-existing conditions, leaving our most vulnerable populations with a false promise of sufficient coverage through these failed high-risk pools. Mr. Speaker, I am saddened that so many Republicans appear willing to place hollow partisan victories above the health of their constituents. I oppose the Republican AHCA in the strongest possible terms and urge all of my colleagues to put the health of Americans first.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, our friends across the aisle put partisan interest above the health of the American people, and we're seeing the results of that today. In fact, a small business owner from Missouri says, I recall the days before the ACA when we'd receive a 2-inch notebook that contained multiple quotes from different health insurance companies. Now our options are listed on a single legal-sized sheet of paper. We only received 3 quotes for 2017, and just 2 of them were adequate for our region. In 2013, our insurance costs were $180,000 for 92 lives with $2,000 deductible. In 2016, we paid $252,000 for just 61 lives who faced $5,000 deductibles. Our options are dwindling, our costs are skyrocketing, and our employees are ultimately suffering because of the ACA. Again, a defense of the defenseless or a positive solution for America. That is what we're offering. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a half a minute to the gentlewoman from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlelady from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Analysis of health insurance coverage for the past 30 years. Analyses of data from the New England Journal of Medicine show that for every 455 people who are insured, 1 life will be saved. With the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, it is estimated that 43,956 people a year will die. Long live the Republican Party. And I yield back the balance.
He yields back her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Reserve.
Well, the gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a half a minute to the gentleman from Vermont, Mr. Welsh.
The gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump was elected by rural America. This bill betrays rural America 3 ways. Health care, 24 million plus are going to lose their health care, many of them in rural America. Second, it takes health care dollars and it turns it into a tax cut, $7 million for the wealthiest families in this, 400 families in this country. And then third, the tenet of rural America is we are in it together. And that means if you're born with a pre-existing condition, you have a pre-existing condition, we're going to be there for you. This bill turns its back on rural America, the people who stand up for one another and believe we are in it together. You're not on your own. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate it, but it is amazing the concern for rural health care now under Obamacare when much of rural America has been down to one provider. That's not a choice. With this, I yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 45 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to this debate and I'm hearing a lot of demagoguery and no solutions. No solutions for people who have seen skyrocketing premiums. No solutions for people who have lost their health care plans. No solutions for people who have lost their doctors. No solutions for people with pre-existing conditions who are subject to the same skyrocketing premiums as everybody else. No solutions for people with pre-existing conditions who don't even have an insurer in their exchanges. I, too, have a pre-existing condition. I'm a cancer survivor. I'm in the individual market. I'm seeing the same skyrocketing premiums as everybody else. We are moving legislation today that will not only protect those with pre-existing conditions, but will work to bring down premiums. Importantly, those defending this legislation had a goal: single-payer, socialized medicine, and this legislation will stop it. Vote for this legislation, save our health care system, and have a much better result for the American people. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Can I inquire of the gentleman how many more speakers he has?
I'm still waiting on a couple more, but we're ready whenever you are.
I'm not really prepared to close because we have a ton more to say, but we're out of time.
As I said, Mr. McGovern, it's your time to manage. You feel free to do it as you see fit.
Well, given the fact there were no hearings or anything else, it would have been nice to have a little bit more time. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman is recognized for the remaining time.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule that would change the rules of the House to prevent this bill or any other health care related legislation from being considered if it does not have a CBO cost estimate or if it would deny health coverage or require higher premiums due to pre-existing conditions, impose lifetime limits on health coverage, prevent individuals under age 26 from being covered under their parents' plan, reduce the number of people receiving health care under the Affordable Care Act, increase costs to seniors by reopening the donut hole and raising prescription drug costs, require people to pay for preventive services, including cancer screenings, reduce Medicare solvency or change the Medicare guarantee, or reduce federal taxes on the 1% of the population with the highest incomes, or increase taxes on the 80% of hardworking Americans earning moderate to low incomes. And Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, none of us on this side are claiming that the Affordable Care Act is perfect. In fact, for 7 years, we have been prepared to work with our Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way to make it even better, to cover more people, to find ways to lower costs. But for 7 years, my Republican colleagues had no interest in doing that. All they wanted to do is repeal the bill, repeal the bill, repeal the bill, and offer no alternative. Now we see their alternative, and it's an awful alternative. It is a disaster. It is an alternative that came not out of a deliberative process, but out of some back room somewhere. People haven't even read this bill. They don't even know what it does because we're not even waiting for a CBO score. This is a pathetic process that everybody should be ashamed of. And let me just say, to claim or to imply that the Republican plan covers people with pre-existing conditions, it is a lie. It is a lie. And let's be honest about it. This does not cover people with pre-existing conditions. And to come on the floor and say it does to try to fool people, well, you may get away with it in the short term. You may get a headline. But I'll tell you, people will figure out soon enough when they're denied health care coverage, when they see their costs rise and rise and rise. to have a health care bill that throws 24 million Americans off of health insurance, you should be ashamed. You know, to have a health care bill that cuts Medicaid by $880 billion so you give a tax cut to the wealthiest people in this country, you should be ashamed. And I spent a good deal of my time reading letters from organizations like the National Farmers Union, the AARP, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, Parallel Association, on and on and on. Organizations that have dedicated their lives to help people in this country that know something about this subject. And when it comes down to who do I trust, them or you, on whether or not your bill covers people with pre-existing conditions, there's no contest. I trust them. They see what you're trying to do. It is unconscionable to not only me and to people on our side, but to people who are watching this debate, Democrats and Republicans and independents alike, that we would be spending time debating a health care bill that will make life worse for people in this country. You know, any kind of health care bill that came to this floor ought to be about expanding coverage and lowering costs. We want to work with you on that. And instead, you come to a bill that's going to rip health care away from tens of millions of people. How can you do this? How can you do this to the American people? Terrible bill. You should vote no on it, or better yet, pull it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. House will be in order. House will be in order. The House will be in order. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman from Georgia has a minute and 3/4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield.
The gentleman is recognized.
I tell you, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen for the last few minutes, I'd probably get up and cheer too, because now you look at it this way. You know what they want to claim is a disaster or recognize as a disaster? They didn't recognize 7 years ago. They chose to cram it down the Americans' throat, and for 7 years the American people have said, no, stop it. We don't want a health care system from government that takes freedom away from us, that removes it from us. We've been presented with a list of letters on saying folks who are against this bill. Well, it's just a quick reminder to those, Mr. Speaker, who may be wanting to remember some of these same folks were the same folks who said Obamacare was great, who gave letters of support. I guess they're trying to cover up for 7 years of their first mistake. When we understand this, let's go to some experts in the system. I'll just clarify them as experts, Mr. Speaker. President Bill Clinton calling Obamacare last year the craziest thing in the world. You know, he summed it up pretty well. Because what summed up here is they forgot the American people. Republicans have decided that we're going to put the American people back in control. We're not going to continue to help and hear from Pam in Nebraska, who for self-employed lost their insurance 4 times under Obamacare, twice because of the Nebraska failed startup. If we want to talk about misleading the American people, it started 7 years ago and it ends today. It ends today. The American people deserve better. They've been thrown under the bus for 7 years. They deserve an insurance market that is open, that is accessible, that does cover pre-existing conditions. If you want the deception, follow the other side. You want the truth, follow. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized.
If I had to defend the last 7 and offer nothing into the faces of these, yeah, I would have been hysterical on the floor this morning too. And that's exactly what we've seen. So for those who may be, it's time to vote yes on the rule, yes on this bill, and start giving back to America the liberty and freedom for a health care system that is the best in the world and has been attacked for 7 years. Again, that I yield back and move to the previous question.
House will be in order. The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 8 and Clause 9 of Rule 20. This 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by a 5-minute vote on adopting the resolution if ordered and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. This is a 15-minute vote.
A month and a half after it first came to the House floor, the House again today trying to finish up work on the Republicans' American Health Care Act, the effort to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act passed in 2010, also known as Obamacare. They've wrapped up the first part of today. That's an hour of debate on the rule for consideration for the remainder of the debate on the health care bill, and also a piece that's been added that would delete the current health care exemption for members of Congress and staff that was in the Republicans' plan. 15-minute vote here on the previous question. They'll vote on the rule next, and more debate will follow on the Republicans' health care plan. Should put us at about 1:15 or 1:30 this afternoon for final passage. Republicans have been meeting this morning, talking about the way ahead on the vote today. A couple of key votes would be the efforts yesterday by the Fred Upton of Michigan and Billy Long of Missouri, introducing an amendment that would add $8 billion for folks not covered under the plan for pre-existing conditions. One of the changes made to the plan over the last 6 weeks, when Republicans came back from the recess period, the 2-week recess period, their district work period, changes in the form of the MacArthur Amendment by Tom MacArthur, a Republican of New Jersey, and just in the last couple of days, the effort by Billy Long and Fred Upton. A number of what they call whip counts are out there. Keep in mind that based on the current number in the House, they'll need about 216 votes to pass the final package later this afternoon. But here on the House floor, the first steps, the previous question vote, and the rule vote coming up next. First round of votes this morning on the Republicans' efforts to repeal and replace Obamacare. This 15-minute previous question vote. They'll vote on the rule next to allow them to consider the remainder of the measure this afternoon, keeping in mind that the bill was not voted on when they last debated on it at the end of March ahead of their break. So they'll finish that up today and add an additional waiver. We expect final votes this afternoon early, sometime in the 1 o'clock hour. Chad Pergram of Fox tweeting that the House will soon conduct bed check votes, he calls them, to assess how many members are here, who is absent, could impact final vote. Also a chance to whip. Erica Werner of the Associated Press commenting about the meeting this morning, the Republican conference gathering. She says that a leadership message this morning, as of this morning, per Rep. Dennis Ross, saying, quote, "It's time to live or die by this day." We heard from a number of members after that conference, including the majority leader.
Give us an update on where things stand right now.
We'll go to the floor. We're moving out of conference. We'll go to the floor. We'll have 2 vote series. The bill will pass somewhere around 1:30 today. We'll have new movement. When you sit and think about, you look at the paper yesterday.
With the announcement of health care providers pulling out of Iowa, 94 of those 99 counties will not have health care. When I read the paper today, Aetna pulling out of Virginia, the number of people that will not have health care. We cannot wait for how Obamacare is collapsing. We have to transform this, and that's what we'll do today.
Was there any feeling that you might have any last-minute surprises here? We heard a few undecided still in this meeting. Is this going to pass by a slim margin?
This will pass.
You're not having a CBO score?
Today we start the process of rescuing the American people from the failures of Obamacare. And of course, if you look all across the country at what's happening, what happened in Iowa yesterday, where literally 95 out of 99 counties won't have any options for health care. This law is failing. This law is in a death spiral. And our bill actually rescues families by focusing on lowering premiums and putting people back in charge of their health care decisions. I think you're going to see a proud vote today on the floor by a bunch of members ready to go and rescue people from the failures of Obamacare.
Is this a nail-biter anymore? Do you have the votes for sure?
I've seen a lot of good members come together for regard to this.
How the comments go? How are you feeling?
Come together in a good way. It's very positive developments, and we're going to pass this important reform of repeal and replace Obamacare that can come rescue these insurance markets that are collapsing. If you look at what's happening in Iowa right now, 94 and 99 counties, there isn't going to be a plan. So if you've got, all this debate about pre-existing condition, you're not going to have access to insurance, period, if we don't fix this.
Can there guarantee that people who have pre-existing conditions aren't going to see their health care costs skyrocket?
Look, here's the deal. Their health care costs are skyrocketing right now, or they're not even going to have access to insurance. We're trying to fix this whole market so it will work. And with the addition of $8 billion on top of $130 billion, we can take care of those people so they have guaranteed access to insurance. That's the key point, and at a price they can afford.
The medical community says $8 billion isn't enough.
But they're forgetting the $130 billion that's already there in the Patient State and Stability Fund. And I think the Center for American Progress hasn't read the MacArthur Amendment to understand it.
What was the message in there today?
It's great when we all come together, but some people have forgotten how they vilified those of us that pointed out problems. Now we have a better bill because we went through a difficult process. And so as people say, hey, let's remember the lessons. I hope they remember the lessons. Don't vilify those that point out problems that we can fix.
Sounds like you're saying there's still a lot of divisions in that room.
No, I think there's a great deal of unanimity. I think the memories of some of the viciousness against some of us who pointed out the problems has been forgotten. But I see us coming together. This is a great day.
Are you concerned that you don't have a score yet, that you're voting on something and you may not know the full impacts?
If you look at what CBO scored Obamacare originally, I think it was 1.2 trillion over 10 years, and then Obama called Elmendorf into the Oval Office and said, hey, I promised under $1 trillion, and he went back and rescored $800 billion, and then after it passed, oh yeah, it is over $1 trillion. And now some people say, maybe more like $4 trillion. I don't think we should count on scores from any entity whose margin of error is plus or minus 400%. So I don't care what CBO scores.
Did leadership say they have the votes to pass this?
Yes, we do have the votes. There's a lot of unanimity in here today.
I'd say the line of the day was out of Braveheart, freedom. So it's good stuff.
Do you think your state would ask for a waiver?
I can't imagine that they would, but that's the whole point of this, in large measure, on top of getting out of this death spiral and making sure that people have continuous coverage, especially when it comes to pre-existing conditions, is to return power to the states. And we're doing that. We're doing that through Medicaid. We're doing that in terms of essential health benefits, pre-existing conditions. We're going to make sure that those are maintained, and they are currently in all states. So we're excited. Big day, big accomplishment, and it was really great to see the conference come together in large measure. So
what was Speaker Ryan's message to you today?
he was as he always is, humble, positive. He's been willing to take the spears and the arrows on this, and it was really, he got at least 2 standing ovations from this conference. So he's just steady and a great communicator and somebody that has worked with everyone to make this happen. So it's a big team effort, and we're excited. Going to go up and vote now. Thanks.
House Republicans from within the hour, that was following their conference meeting this morning on the effort by the Republicans to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, trying to pass their American Health Care Act. First stages this morning, they've debated the rule for consideration of that legislation. And the rule not only sets the time of debate, but it also includes some of the changes that you may have been hearing about this week. If they pass this rule, which is the next vote coming up, it would automatically include the Tom MacArthur amendment that, among other things, would delete the essential health benefit provisions of the Affordable Care Act. Then the Upton Amendment, the one that was added yesterday or introduced yesterday by Fred Upton of Michigan, Billy Long of Missouri, which would provide $8 billion over 5 years to help with people with pre-existing conditions, and another amendment creating a $15 billion federal risk-sharing program to help cover the cost of high medical claims. Those would be automatically included in the legislation if the rule is passed, and again, that vote would be coming up next. Members leaving that conference just a short while ago, and perhaps hearing also, too, Frank Thorpe of NBC tweeting that the conservative group Club for Growth withdrawing its opposition to the AHCA in a notice sent to congressional offices. If it passes the House later today, and obviously we'll go over to the Senate, and Liz Goodwin of Yahoo is tweeting about what may be ahead. She says that Senator Rob Portman's spokesman says he's, quote, still concerned the AHCA does not do enough to protect Ohio Medicaid recipients. She also tweets that Senator Graham of South Carolina says the AHCA moving in the right direction, but any bill posted less than 24 hours before a vote should be viewed with, quote, suspicion. Some of the reporting so far. As we watch this vote, this is a 15-minute vote, and again, will be followed by the rule vote. We're going to show you some of the debate from a short while ago, starting with Democrat Sheila Jackson Lee.
I thank the Speaker very much. I want you to look and keep your eyes on who will feel the Trump care's mother of all bombs of health care dropped on the American people. God have mercy on your soul. I am a person living with a pre-existing disease. I am a breast cancer survivor. And this heartless and callous bill, with 24 million plus people being thrown off of the health care, and reverse Robin Hood of stealing from the poor or the seniors laying in their bed, where you're doing an age tax that is 5 times more than any other young person has to pay, is disgraceful. Or the pittance that you've given for pre-existing condition, $8 billion. They say you need $25 billion. And then you're telling the states, oh, get a waiver. That's going to celebrate. And then you're saying to Trump, the king, that we have the votes to drop that mother of all bomb of health care. Let me just simply say, I want to stand with the people. I want her to live in dignity and to be able to get well. I want to make sure that Medicaid is provided for working families. I want insurance companies who make a lot of profit. And I want to say this, I don't want the poor to sleep under bridges, to beg in the streets, to steal bread from the market because they can't get any health insurance. God have mercy.
Ladies, time has expired. She will suspend. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I had to defend Obamacare, I'd go into hysterics too. Since Obamacare went into effect, the insurance choices and coverage have gotten lower and the costs have gotten higher. Virtually no doctors take the marketplace insurance, so I'm left to change doctors who I've seen for over 30 years, switch to new doctors I don't trust, who cannot provide the same health care benefits I received in the past. I have a brain tumor that I have monitored by a very skilled neuro-oncologist. Not anymore. The 3 choices I was given via healthcare.gov aren't even honored forms of insurance for this doctor. Yep, left them out again. With that, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messer.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the rhetoric on the other side of the aisle, today is an exciting day for those of us who've been working and fighting to end Obamacare's reign over this country. You know, it's race month in Indiana, and I want to remind my colleagues that as exciting as today is, today's vote's a green flag, not a checkered flag. It's the beginning of the race, not the end. Today, the House will vote to move legislation forward that will repeal Obamacare and replace it with something far better. The bill will surely undergo more changes as we continue this process through the Senate, but it's on its way to the finish line. And there's some really strong policy in this bill. It cuts taxes by $1 trillion on the American people and government spending by hundreds of billions too. And despite the rhetoric, it keeps pre-existing condition prohibitions. No one with a pre-existing condition will be denied coverage because of the policies in this bill. And insurance companies cannot raise premiums on individuals with pre-existing conditions as long as they maintain coverage. The bill will also make sure 26-year-olds continue to stay on their parents' health care plans as they enter the workforce. Most importantly, though, the bill unshackles American families from the mandates, taxes, and penalties that are costing these families thousands of dollars each year. Though Obamacare helps some, we have to remember that Obamacare made things worse for millions of Americans, and that's where the national anger has come from. I've heard from countless Hoosiers who tell me the story of their premiums going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month with deductibles that are through the roof, $10,000 plus a month. They have to spend $30,000 out of pocket before they even get to their insurance. And for a middle-class family, that means they have no meaningful insurance at all. We can do better, and we will. That starts today. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Georgia reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Some of the debate on the House floor just a short while ago. Here on C-SPAN during this vote, we're going to take you live now over to the briefing with Democratic leader Nancy Pelosi. Just got underway.
To welcome Team 26. Team 26, and I'm so honored they gave me a shirt. Team 26 is an honor of the 26 children the 20 children and 6 teachers who were killed at Sandy Hook School. Every year, this bicycle ride starts in this area, in the Washington area, and bikes up to Newtown. It's a constant reminder and inspiration. The question that people asked at the time, well, if they're going to kill 20 little children in first grade, that must have a reaction in Congress. Of course, it did not. 20 children, 6 of their brave teachers and supervisors. So, again, we'll never forget. We'll never stop our work on this subject. And even today, a day where the focus is on the Republican attempts to take health care away, we will keep the focus on just give us a vote. We think that there is bipartisan support for background checks in the Congress. We have bipartisan support that we know of. We just want them to give us a vote. I keep reminding my colleagues, if this is about their political survival means nothing compared to the survival of 20 children in first grade in Newtown and their teachers. Today, as you know, with only hours' notice and no CBO score, Republicans are maliciously, again, attempting to destroy health care and coverage for the American people. This is really almost, I would say, a welcome debate. I would hope that they realize that this is really bad for the country, but I do say that it is good in one respect. It's going to provide a great civics lesson for America. Let's face it, as important as we think we are when we're in Congress, most people don't even know who their congressperson is in many places. And now they'll find out. They will find out that their congressperson voted to take away their health care. They will find out that their congressperson forced families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket costs.
They will find out that their congressperson said it's okay to take health care away from 24 million people, and this could mean you. They will find out that their congressperson voted to gut key protections. Trump Care destroys protections for pre-existing conditions. Yes, it does. But not only that, it got essential health benefits such as maternity care, prenatal, health, prescription drug, and emergency coverage. The list goes on and on. And they will find out that they're between 50 and 64, that their congressperson voted to make them pay a premium 5 times higher than others pay for health coverage, no matter how healthy they are. And they will find out that in addition to that crushing age tax, that it steals from Medicare. You know, most Americans will say, don't mess with my Medicare. They're messing with the Medicare. So that's what they are doing today. And all of this, for what purpose? All of this to give a $600 billion transfer of money from the working families to the richest corporations and people in our country. That's why they're timing it this way, in time to get that money to give a tax cut. It's really stunning. And that's why I'm so pleased that so many organizations have made their voices heard on this. I just want to spend half a moment, really, on this bill. The first bill, 56-17, the American people disapproved of it. So they couldn't pass it. So what did they do? Make matters worse. They went further to the left. So while they eventually got a CBO report on their first bill, when a CBO report comes out on this, it's going to be even worse because the bill goes in the wrong direction. And in terms of the fraudulent representation that they're making, that this is about pre-existing conditions.
The nays are 193. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
We ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
And by a vote of 235 to 193, the House agrees to move forward on this vote on the rule for consideration, the later debate on the Affordable Health Care Act and the changes that have been made. If this rule is passed, it will also include 3 current changes, 3 amendments. One is an amendment, part of an amendment, actually the amendment itself by Tom MacArthur that was introduced earlier this week, that would delete the essential health benefit provisions included in the original measure. Fred Upton's amendment, introduced yesterday or so, provides $8 billion over 5 years to help individuals with pre-existing conditions whose insurance premiums have gone up. And in the rule would also allow for the inclusion of an amendment by Gary Palmer and Dave Schweikert that would create a $15 billion federal risk-sharing program to help cover the costs of high medical claims. The numbers that the House will need, House Republicans will need later on, generally thought to be about 216 to pass the final measure later this afternoon, so they can afford to lose 22 or 23 on their side. That number, the number of Republicans opposing the current measure, has gone down the last day or so, obviously with Fred Upton and Billy Long and their measure. A number of whip counts out there. This is just one of them, but this one reflecting the ticking down in the opposition, the whip count from the New York Times saying Republicans who are against the revised health care bill, 16 no currently, 34 undecided or unclear, although one of those, John Faso of New York, was undecided. He has tweeted today that he will now support the Republican measure. Again, 5-minute vote here on the rule for debate later today, actually coming up shortly if it passes on the House floor.
On this vote, the yeas are 235, the nays are 192. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Well, by a vote of 235 to 192, the House approves the rule for debate for the Republican health care plan, an hour and 40 of debate, hour and 40 minutes of debate. It will include the remaining 40 minutes that didn't get debated the last time they took up the measure back in late March. It also includes the bill by Martha McSally of Arizona, which would delete the current health care exemption for members of Congress and staff in the American Health Care Act. That rule also would include into the bill 3 changes in the form of amendments. An amendment by Tom MacArthur that deletes the essential health benefit provisions. The amendment by Fred Upton of Michigan, providing $8 billion over 5 years to help individuals with pre-existing conditions whose insurance premiums have gone up. And also another amendment by Gary Palmer and Dave Schweikert, which would create a $15 billion federal risk-sharing program to help cover the costs of high medical claims. A 5-minute vote here on the Journal, the official written record of the previous day's activities, but often used as a chance to whip votes to make sure that they've got the number of votes they need to pass the measure later today, which has been mentioned in a number of reports we've talked about. It could be at about 216 members. Keep in mind there are 4 current vacancies in the House of Representatives, so total number of members 431. Some 427 voted in that rule vote. Generally, the Speaker does not vote, so they've got their work ahead of them, and you can see a lot of members on the floor, and chances are there's some whipping going on right now. More debate ahead here on C-SPAN.
In this vote, the ayes are 233, the nays are 186, with 2 members voting present. The journal stands approved. Chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
H.R. 274, an act to provide for reimbursement for the use of modern travel services by federal employees traveling on official government business and for other purposes.
House will be in order. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 308, I call up the bill H.R. 2192 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2192, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff.
Pursuant to House Resolution 308, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 2192.
House will be in order. Members, please remove conversations from the floor. Without objection, the gentleman's request will be granted. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, after 7 years, we've heard the stories from our constituents, from our patients, from our friends, from our families who have suffered under the Affordable Care Act. Today, we'll have a chance to vote on a plan that will rescue and revitalize the market and lower costs and increase flexibility for patients to choose and keep a health insurance plan that works for them and their family. However, before we can do that, we have to pass a bill that will ensure that members of Congress and their staffs are treated the same way as the rest of America. So let's be clear. We firmly believe that members of Congress should live by the same rules as everyone else. Period. The bill we are considering now will make a simple technical correction to ensure that the American Health Care Act and its amendments apply equally to everyone when signed into law. Over the last several months, we've worked thoughtfully and thoroughly with our colleagues in the Senate to achieve our shared goal of repealing and replacing Obamacare. Throughout these discussions, we've come to better appreciate and better understand the other chamber's reconciliation limitations. As a result, we have drafted the American Health Care Act with constant awareness of what the slightest misstep may mean for the legislation's privileged status or that 51-vote threshold in the other body. Some might say it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than to draft House policy to Senate procedure, but we're confident that we have achieved that challenging feat. One of the limitations we've come to respect is that no committee other than the Senate Committee on Finance or the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions can receive a jurisdictional referral. For example, if we were to cross-reference multi-state plans established by the Affordable Care Act, we would get a referral to the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee because those plans are under the Office of Personnel Management. So let's be clear. Congressional health care operates as a small group plan within the District of Columbia's SHOP exchange. This was a decision that was made by the Obama administration. So for waivers impacting the essential health benefits of age rating, which impacts both the individual and small group markets, members of Congress and our staffs would be treated the same. As far as community rating, this impacts only the individual market, so no group plans, including members of Congress or our staffs, would be impacted. Even so, in an attempt to be crystal clear, today we're passing a bill out of fairness and transparency to ensure that Congress operates under the same laws as private citizens. a principle that both Republicans and Democrats should support. My thanks to Representative McSally for her leadership on this issue. Her bill helps deliver us a step closer to fulfilling our promise. Today, we will fulfill our promise to provide relief from the higher costs and the dwindling choices for patients under the Affordable Care Act. Today, we will repeal and replace Obamacare with a better solution. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Texas that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 4,536,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague from Texas talk about repeal and replace. This is the myth, the hoax that the Republicans and the president are trying to play on the American people. I assure you, this is repeal. There is no replacement. The people are going to lose their insurance. They're going to pay more. They're going to have lousy insurance because they're not going to have any kind of protections. We passed the Affordable Care Act because the states were not doing the right thing. People couldn't afford insurance. They couldn't pay for a premium. They were too high. So what did we do? We expanded Medicaid and we provided generous subsidies for those people who needed it. We also knew under the old system where the states were in charge that people got lousy insurance if they could even find it. Sometimes they didn't have hospitalization. So we insisted there had to be a package that included pre-existing conditions. We also said that, if you had if you were paying a lot for your co-pays, your deductibles, we're going to put limits on those things as well. And we put limits also on how much you can charge, what we call community rating. Now, what are the Republicans doing here today? They're getting rid of all that. They want to go back to the old days. And when they tell you that somehow they're going to be able to do this, the reason they can't do anything is because they repeal most of the pay-fors that pay for the subsidies that pay for the Affordable Care Act. So when they tell you, oh, we're going to give extra money for this, for high-risk pools, or to help the states if they decide to have waivers, the bottom line is there's no money left here. There's no money to pay for those subsidies. There's no money to pay for Medicaid expansion. There's not enough money to pay for high-risk pools because they've repealed the underlying pay-fors that we use to pay for the Affordable Care Act. What they're doing now is going back to the old system, the Wild West of the states, okay? They're allowing states to waiver the essential benefits package. They're saying to states that they can charge whatever they want for the insurance because they've got rid of community rating.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'll yield myself another 15 seconds to say this. Do not buy into this hoax. There's no money left. They want to go back to the old system, and the old system stunk. It's not. It was what we did was correct the problems of the old system. So don't believe this cruel hoax.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the author of the bill, the gentlelady from Arizona, Representative McSally.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2192, a measure that eliminates double standards by preventing members of Congress from being exempt from the state waiver provisions of the American Health Care Act as amended. Due to very arcane Senate procedural rules within the budget reconciliation process, the MacArthur Amendment to the American Health Care Act does not and cannot apply to members of Congress. To address this, I've introduced this simple, standalone 2-page bill that would repeal the exemption for members of Congress should the American Health Care Act become law. In the military, the same code of conduct and standards apply to the entire chain of command. Now, in my role as a lawmaker, I believe that any law we pass applies to our constituents must also apply equally to members of Congress. Individuals who are stewards of public trust must abide by the rules that they make. My bill, H.R. 2192, will ensure that Congress abides by the laws they pass and are treated no differently than other hardworking Americans. Regardless of your vote on the AHCA, this is a bill that each and every single member of Congress should support. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back balance of time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Arizona that her vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with breast cancer in Arizona by $42,250. I yield now to my colleague from California, 1.5 minutes to Ms. Eshoo.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our ranking member. I think that today is yet another sad day here in the House of Representatives for the people of our country, because what is being brought forward is the same bill that we debated and went down because it was the weight of the problems and the cruelty of that bill. It's the same thing with a few more poison pills in it. People are going to have to pay higher premiums and deductibles, and it's going to increase what comes out of their pocket. There is going to be less coverage. 24 million people will lose their coverage. That remains in this bill. And key protections are gutted, American people. Emergency rooms, maternity care, opioid, mental health care, a string of things that you want in your insurance coverage, including a crushing age tax for seniors. Now, there is a real hypocrisy here. Every single member of Congress has been enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. I want to know which one of you dropped out of it. It was good enough for you with one person. Great. One person. Two. Big deal. It was good enough for you, but it's not good enough for your constituents. And you know what? Who's standing with you? Not the doctors in our country, not the AARP, the seniors, not nurses, not the Cancer Association.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Not anyone.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and members are reminded.
The American people.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, it is now my privilege to recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, the Vice Chairman of the Health Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce. 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the American Health Care Act. A constituent of mine from Kentucky personally reached out to share her story. Under Obamacare, the cost of her family's monthly premium rose to over $1,000 with a deductible of over $12,000, in total almost half her income. When she fell and broke 3 ribs, she couldn't afford to go to the emergency room because of the astronomical deductible. She suffered for weeks until she could afford care, and as she said in her own words, and I quote, "I paid 50% of my income for something I am forced to buy but cannot use," unquote. In Kentucky, there are many counties with just one health insurer on the exchange. That is not right. Affordable health care means having real access to health care when you need it. Obamacare reduces access. It is not there when they need it for many Americans. I urge my colleagues to support the American Health Care Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleague from Kentucky that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 881,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Kentucky. And now I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to our ranking member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. It's appalling what's happening today on the House floor. It appears to be, let's just pass a bill, no matter what it does or who gets hurt with it. Trump care is nothing more than broken promises and mean-spirited policy. It would mean higher health care costs for more than 24 million hardworking Americans losing their health coverage. Key protections are gutted. Older Americans are hung out to dry. The end of Medicaid as we know it and cuts in Medicare. If Trump care passes, Americans will be with pre-existing conditions could be pushed off their insurance and sent into high-risk pools that are not affordable. High-risk insurance pools do not work when everyone in the pool is a high risk. And I was a state legislator when we did that. You have to have high-risk pools that share the wealth, so to speak. People will be left with soaring costs, worse coverage, and rationed care. It's frightening a future for millions of Americans who need affordable, dependable health care are left out in the cold. There is an obvious, irresponsible reason why this vote is being rammed through without even a Congressional Budget Office estimate or opportunity for members to even know what's in it. They don't want people figuring out the real-world consequences of this devastation it means to our American families. History will not be kind to the people who support this awful bill. And I urge my colleagues to what is right and vote no. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Olson. 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Texas. The Senate never quits. When Obamacare was passed in 2010, the Senate Democrats refused to use Obamacare for their personal insurance. Most Americans know what's good for the goose is good for the gander. My staff, my family, and I have been on Obamacare since day one. Incredibly, the Senate is at it again. They don't want the American Health Care Act to apply to them because it's not right. They're special. And so they put in a clause to exempt Congress from the American Health Care Act so they could filibuster the health care bill. That dog didn't hunt in 2010. It ain't hunting in 2017. If it's good for the American people, our bosses, it's good for their servants, Congress, us. Urge my colleagues to be true public servants. Vote for H.R. 2192. I yield
Time has
back.
expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Texas that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with diabetes in Texas by $5,100. And now I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the American Health Care Act was pulled from the House floor in March because the American people realized it was a deeply flawed bill. That bill would have ripped health care coverage away from 24 million of our constituents. For those lucky enough to maintain coverage, the bill would have massively raised premiums, deductibles, and out-of-pocket costs. The crushing age tack of the bill would force older adults to pay astronomically high premiums. So what did the majority do in the last 6 weeks? They made the bill worse. The MacArthur Amendment lets states opt out of the essential benefits of the ACA. Not only would this jeopardize insurance availability for the 1/3 of Americans who have pre-existing conditions, it would let insurance companies deny coverage altogether for maternity, for emergency room, for mental health, and for other essential benefits. And because the MacArthur Amendment eliminates community ratings, everybody's insurance costs would skyrocket. I'm going to tell you something. My Republican colleagues are going to be really, really sorry that they rushed this bill to the floor before they got an amended CBO score. And the reason is, when we do get this, and make no mistake, we will get this, they are going to find out that many more millions of people besides the 24 million people originally who are going to lose their insurance are going to be shocked to wake up to find out if this Trump care bill passes, many millions more will lose their coverage. I urge a no vote on this poorly conceived legislation.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to recognize a gentleman from Florida, valuable member of the Health Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Bilirakis, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I rise today in support of H.R. 2192 to ensure members of Congress and staff are not exempt from the American Health Care Act. Making good on our word, this legislation will be passed alongside the American Health Care Act and fixes a technical error made to comply with Senate rules. In our country, lawmakers are not above the law. Elected officials and the people we represent should have the same health care, period. As an original co-sponsor of H.R. 2192, I believe this is common sense. It's straightforward legislation, and it is necessary as a companion bill to the American Health Care Act. It's really quite simple. Congress should live by the same laws it creates. When the American Health Care Act becomes law, members of Congress and staff will have the same health care as the American people. I urge passage of H.R. 2192 in conjunction with the American Health Care Act, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Florida that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 3,116,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Florida. And now I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. George.
Organized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for the past 7 years, we've had 62 votes to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but Republicans have never once put a plan on the floor for the American people. Well, today, we all get a chance to go on record as where we stand on this bill, this shameful, cruel bill. Here are the facts. 24 million Americans are going to lose their insurance if this bill becomes law. Over $839 billion gets cut out of the Medicaid program. The essential benefit package in states wiped out. In my state, it's taking care of people with mental illness and opioid addiction. Gone. This takes $117 billion out of the Medicare Trust Fund. This is a health care bill. This is really a tax bill masquerading as a health care bill. The plan here is to take this money out of the health care system and use it for tax cuts. That's what this bill is going to do. This creates a survival of the fittest health care for America. If you are young, if you are healthy, if you are wealthy, this bill's for you. You're going to do okay. But woe if you are old, if you are sick, if you are poor, there's no coverage in this bill for you. If you have a young child with cancer, guess what? Those benefits aren't going to be paid. You're going to run out of benefits. These high-risk pools are a sham. They are not adequately funded. This bill must be defeated. The American people will remember who votes for this bill today.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, let me yield myself 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
And, Mr. Speaker, I wish to now speak to the underlying MacArthur amendment that the McSally bill is here to modify. And the MacArthur amendment specifically would allow states to waive 3 of Obamacare's costliest mandates. Let me stress that again. It would allow states, not require states, it would allow states to waive 3 of Obamacare's costliest mandates: essential health benefits, age rating, and community rating. In waiving these federal mandates, health insurers would not be allowed to discriminate by gender or pre-existing condition, and no one would be denied coverage, period. And here's how it works. A state may apply to waive essential health benefits or to increase the age rating ratio from the bill's underlying 5-to-1 ratio. They may also change the way individuals who have not maintained continuous coverage are charged for their health care plan, but only if the state has a risk-sharing program in place, like the federal Invisible Risk-Sharing Program established by the Palmer-Schweikert Amendment. In order to receive a waiver, a state must explain to the Secretary of Health and Human Services how the program will reduce average premiums for patients, increase enrollment for residents, stabilize the state's health insurance market, stabilize premiums for individuals living with pre-existing conditions, or increase the patient's health care options. It is important to note that in order for, in providing assistance to reduce premiums or other out-of-pocket costs, individuals who may be subject to an increase in their monthly premiums because they reside in a state with an approved waiver, have a pre-existing condition, are uninsured because they have not maintained continuous coverage, and they purchase health insurance on the individual market. For those individuals, there will be $138 billion to assist with premium assistance. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms.
Gentleman
Schakowsky.
from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Understand this. The Republicans planned to exempt members of Congress from the provisions of Trump Care until they got caught. So here are 5 numbers that show just how deadly and dangerous the Republican bill is. 24 million, the number of children, adults, and veterans whose health insurance will be ripped away. $880 billion, the size of the cut of Medicaid, the cuts to Medicaid, threatening health care and long-term care for 74 million people, pregnant women and children, the elderly, and the disabled. $600 billion, that's the tax cut that goes to millionaires and billionaires and corporations. 758%. That's the premium increase a 64-year-old making $26,000 a year will pay because of the Republican age tax. 17%. That's the percent of Americans who supported Trump care before they made it worse. The Republicans' attempt to improve Trump care is like trying to douse a dumpster fire with gasoline. This bill is a disaster, and anyone who votes for it does so at their extreme peril. The American people are watching, and they will not forget. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would point out within the state of Illinois there were 8 plans in 2015. There are 5 plans in 2017 with a 57% increase in premiums. It's now my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me time to speak up. I too, agree that members of Congress should be subject to the same rules and laws that the American people are. And so I support my colleague, Ms. McSally, in this legislation. But, you know, I want to speak to the bigger, broader issue here. My colleague from Pennsylvania said, what about that family with that kid that has cancer? Where was my colleague and the friends on the other side of the aisle when Obamacare resulted in millions of policy cancellations and millions of Americans losing their coverage because of the broken promises? Where was my colleagues and the Democrats when millions of Americans were forced out of work because of the job-killing policies of Obamacare? Let me tell you something. The American people remembered that, and that's what happened in 2010. We didn't hide in a back room to get what we're doing today done. We've been working on it for 6 years, and we're going to get it done today. We're going to meet the promises that we made to the American people, and starting today, Obamacare is on its way out the door.
Time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Speaker, I remind my colleague from Ohio that his vote for this bill will take away protections for 1,919,000 people in Ohio with pre-existing conditions. And now I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr.
Gentleman from North
Butterfield.
Carolina is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Pallone. So you've been working on it for 6 years. My information is that you posted this bill at 8 o'clock last night. The Congressional Budget Office has not given it a score. They have not told the American people how much it's going to cost or how many people it's going to affect. You've skyrocketed premiums for hardworking Americans who have pre-existing conditions, and that's what my colleagues need to understand. If you are an average 40-year-old adult with a pre-existing condition and have diabetes, your premiums will rise $400 a month, it is estimated. If you have rheumatoid arthritis, $800 a month. And heaven forbid, if you have some pre-existing condition involving cancer, the numbers just go off of the chart. You know, and I know, this bill will not see the light of day in the Senate. This is a political stunt to save face with your right-wing base. You know it, and we know it. If this wasn't so serious, affecting the economy and the affordability of insurance, I would say just go on and do it, because you will lose your opportunity to serve in this House, and you will ultimately lose the majority. Don't do it. Forget about politics. But think about the 24 million Americans who will not be able to afford health insurance coverage. That's why the American Medical Association, AARP, Nurses Association, and all of the other stakeholder groups have pleaded with you. They have called your office. They have written you letters. They have written us letters. Don't do it. I ask you to vote no on this ill-conceived legislation. I yield
Time's
back.
expired, and the gentleman and members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. All times. Gentleman from Texas.
And Mr. Speaker, directed to the chair, I would just make note of the fact in North Carolina there were 3 plans offered in 2015, down to 2 plans in 2017. Premium increase of 82%. It is now my pleasure to recognize another member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, regardless of the myths being spun by the other side of the aisle that refuse to read 129 pages of a bill, the Affordable Care Act is anything but affordable. My constituents have been asking for relief from this collapsing law for years. They can no longer afford to pay more for less, and refusing to act is not an option. Under Obamacare, out-of-pocket expenses have skyrocketed, not just for people on exchanges, but for all patients. Premium increases are nearly 4 times larger than previously projected. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, seem content with the current flawed system, which puts the government in charge of people's health and promises coverage that is going away. Let's vote to increase choice, lower costs, enhance protections, truly cover pre-existing conditions, and get Washington out of the way so that patients and their doctors are once again at the center of health care decisions. Mr. Speaker,
gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Michigan that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for those who are pregnant in Michigan by $13,790 per year. And now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Metsu.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are turning their backs on the American people today. There are no guarantees with this bill. This bill will raise costs for families, penalize people nearing retirement with an age tax, and rip coverage away from millions and millions of Americans. And if that wasn't bad enough, this revised Trump Care bill guts protections for people with pre-existing conditions. People like Cameron, who was diagnosed with cancer at 24 years old. Because of the Affordable Care Act, he was able to access coverage and attend graduate school. Now, of course, he has a pre-existing condition. This is personal for Cameron and millions more in this country, and they are not going to be silent as Republicans rush this legislation through. Mr. Speaker, lives are on the line. I urge my Republican colleagues to have the courage to vote no on this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to recognize another valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, a member of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Carter of Georgia, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support the American Health Care Act. For the last 7 years, I've watched Obamacare crush the health care system that I worked in for more than 30 years. Thanks to Obamacare, we have an insurance exchange that is withered to where 1/3 of the counties in our country have only one insurer. At home in Georgia, 96 counties have only one choice on the exchange. That's not a choice. Obamacare has failed, and the American Health Care Act is critical to resuscitate our health care system and move it in a direction where patients, families, and doctors are making decisions, not the federal government and bureaucrats sitting behind a desk in Washington. The American people need and deserve better, and that is why we must pass the American Health Care Act. This legislation guts Obamacare and rebuilds a system that will deliver the choice and control that patients need and deserve, all while ensuring that health insurers will not be allowed to discriminate by gender or pre-existing conditions, and no one will be denied coverage, period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Georgia that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,791,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Georgia. And now I yield a minute and a half to the vice-ranking member of our committee, Ms. Castor.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This bill will be devastating to families all across America. The Republican bill rips coverage away from millions of Americans. The last projection was 24 million. They didn't wait for the new projection, which is going to be much higher. The Republican bill hurts Medicare. It shortens the life of the Medicare Trust Fund just when we have more baby boomers retiring and calling on Medicare. It imposes a huge age tax because it makes affordable insurance much less affordable if you're about age 50 or older. And a dirty little secret here that most people have not discussed, is the harm it does to the Medicaid guarantee. For over 50 years in America, we've said if you're disabled, if you have a family member with Alzheimer's, if you have a child with a complex medical condition, you're not going to be destitute because your health care is so expensive. That is one of the fundamental guarantees of Medicaid for 50 years. They take that away and go to the heart of the medical care that's provided under Medicaid as well. It's shameful. But it got worse. As we approached this day, they didn't have the votes, so they made it worse by going to the heart of the Affordable Care Act, which ended discrimination against our neighbors with a pre-existing condition. They also said essential health benefits are not going to matter. What good is an insurance policy if you buy it and you can't go to the emergency room?
Gentleman from Texas.
We've got to vote no on this bill.
From Texas.
We've got to fight back against this power play, this crass power play that transfers all of the money to the wealthiest in this country. Vote no.
Gentlelady is no longer under recognition, and the chair would ask members to respect the gavel and the time yielded. Gentleman from Texas.
And, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that in the state of Florida, there were 10 insurance plans available in the individual market in 2015, down to 5 plans in 2017, with a 24% premium increase. It is now my pleasure to recognize a very valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Collins of New York, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the past 7 years, the American people have pleaded with their representatives in Washington to repeal Obamacare. Today, every member of this body has the opportunity to do just that. We have the chance to eliminate excruciating mandates and taxes that are suffocating our economy and marketplaces. Under Obamacare, premiums have increased by over 37% since 2014, and 1/3 of counties in this country have only one insurance provider. 4.7 million Americans were kicked off the insurance coverage they wanted to maintain, despite President Obama's promise that if you like your health care plan, you can keep it. But today, we have the chance to lower premiums, increase competition amongst insurance providers, and improve access to health insurance for all Americans. And we finally have the chance to formally reject an unprecedented government overreach into health care and take the first step towards giving patients control over their own health. In Western New York, this bill will have even more profound benefits. The amendment that I authored with Representative John Faso will relieve county governments in New York of a $2.3 billion unfunded mandate forced onto county taxpayers by the governor of New York, and will substantially reduce the tax burdens of property owners across New York State. This one provision of the American Health Care Act will save taxpayers in the 8 counties that I represent over $470 million a year. This is a game changer for local New York governments and restores a fundamental tenet of representative democracies, that the level of government that makes the decision about spending should be responsible for raising those funds. I'm proud to stand up for Western New Yorkers whose voices have been silenced for too long. And I am proud to vote for the freedom, fiscal responsibility, and local decision-making this bill guarantees.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I urge all my colleagues to do the same, and I yield
Gentleman
back.
from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from New York that his vote for this bill will take away protections for 3,031,000 people in New York with pre-existing conditions. And at this time, I'd like to yield a minute and a half to a champion from New York, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank you. I rise today in strong opposition to the American Health Care Act. This dangerous and destructive bill leaves 24 million Americans without coverage. It will cause the uninsured rate from my district in Brooklyn, New York, to skyrocket to over 12% and leaves over 400,000 Brooklynites in my district without coverage. Because of the severe cuts to Medicaid, this bill will also put people in a terrible position of having to choose between being able to eat, being able to obtain life-sustaining medication, or visiting their doctors. Which one do you, Mr. Speaker, suggest they choose? For most Americans, Medicaid benefits are not the end goal, but rather provides temporary support. And for seniors, Medicaid can mean the difference between nursing home care and dying alone. I urge my colleagues to consider the harmful and deadly real-life impact of this legislation, and I vehemently oppose it. I ask that we resist this cynical reverse Robin Hood sham and that takes from the poor and gives to the rich. As President Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all of the time and all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. This is a sham, and we need to vote it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair will receive a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed, with an amendment, H.R. 534, an act cited as the U.S. wants to compete for a World Expo Act, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, it's my pleasure to recognize a very valuable member of Congress, fellow physician from the state of Florida, Dr. Dunn, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today once again in support of the American Health Care Act. I do this as a doctor for the good of my patients. We are here today to repeal Obamacare, to take health care decisions away from Washington bureaucrats and give it back to the people. The American Health Care Act will create a patient-centered system that will lower the cost of health care and serve patients. This act eliminates Obamacare's taxes, subsidies, and mandates. It defunds Planned Parenthood. It puts Medicaid on a budget, and it is the largest entitlement reform in a generation. Without Washington mandates driving up costs and limiting access to care, Americans will have the freedom to obtain quality health care plans that fit their needs at a cost they can afford. And all this talk about pre-existing conditions, this bill provides guaranteed issuance. Let's not break our promise on repealing Obamacare. Let's be true to our word. We owe it to the people who sent us here. I support the American Health Care Act, Mr. Speaker, and I urge all members to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Florida that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with asthma in Florida by $4,090 per year. And now I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this legislation does on its surface is very clear. It makes health care more expensive. And the more you need it, the sicker or older or poorer you are, the further out of reach it will be. That's why doctors and hospitals and nurses and the mental health community and patients have spoken up and spoken out against this bill. But this bill doesn't just cut coverage and hike premiums, all for a tax cut for the wealthy. It codifies a worldview by this administration that is dead set on dividing America along the lines of the God of your prayers, who you love, where you come from, or your fate and fortune. We see it in their tax plan, in their budget cuts, in immigration policy, and now in health care. And a worldview that scapegoats the struggling and the suffering, that sees fault in illness, that rejects the most basic universal truth of the human existence, that every single one of us one day will be brought to our knees by a diagnosis we didn't expect, a phone call we can't imagine, and a loss we cannot endure. So we take care of each other, because but for the grace of God, there go I one day. And we hope that we will be shown that mercy too. It is the ultimate test of the character of this country confronting our chamber today. Not the power we give the strong, but the strength with which we embrace the weak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to the time remaining?
Gentleman from Texas has 13 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 11 1/4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, again, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill guarantees access for all. And when I say access, let me be clear, it is access for all. When you have insurance companies that are pulling out, today we learned they're pulling out of Virginia, Aetna is. When you have counties across these United States that no longer have anyone who's willing to provide the Obamacare insurance, that's not access. When you have a situation where somebody comes up to you at the local county fair and says, you've got to get me out of Obamacare, it's killing me. It is killing our family's finances because we have such a high deductible, because we have such a high copay, and my husband is very sick. And he may have a piece of paper, ladies and gentlemen, he may have a piece of paper, but it's not really health insurance when you can't really use it without having to sell off what little assets you may have or worry about whether or not you can afford to have a roof over your head any longer. This is not working. Obamacare is not working. This bill will bring some sanity back to the system. It will take us a couple of years, but the rates of insurance will in fact come down. And this business that we keep hearing that all these people are going to be without availability of insurance, it's just fake news. It's not true. This bill does everything that people want it to do, but it gives them choices, not mandates from the federal government, but choices about their health care. And I've been interested to hear some people saying that, well, y'all are just ramming this through because the bill wasn't posted till last night. What wasn't posted till last night was the Long-Upton Amendment, or the Upton-Long Amendment. It's 2 pages. I invite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to read it. The McSally bill is 1.25 pages. The MacArthur Amendment, which has been out for over a week, is about 8 pages. They could have read it while we've been standing here debating this bill, but they don't choose to read the bill. They don't choose to learn the facts. They don't choose to tell the American people the truth. They want to scare the American people to make them believe that this is a bad bill, this is a good bill. I urge everyone to vote yes.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Virginia that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,344,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Virginia. And now I yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been seeing this bill every step of the way over the short month we've considered it. I was there for the 26-hour meeting we had at the Energy and Commerce Committee, and we didn't have an analysis from the Congressional Budget Office then either. And if you want to accuse us of not wanting to know the facts, that's something that's very basic to know. We'd like to have that here. And here we are again on the floor without that analysis. Through all that time, the sad thing is that we've not heard one real argument for how this bill would make health care more affordable and accessible for families in my district in San Diego or anywhere in the country. Now, the health care system isn't perfect. There are problems with some insurance markets where they're not providing the choice they should. So let's fix them. But that's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we're on the cusp of passing a bill that is opposed by doctors, nurses, hospitals, patients, seniors, and just about everybody, because it would make the problems in our healthcare system worse, not better. A bill that, if it were to become law, would rip health insurance coverage away from at least 24 million Americans, and that's the Congressional Budget Office. That is not fake news. That's the truth. It would leave many Americans with pre-existing conditions with premiums they can't afford, or without any coverage at all. Today's votes take us one step closer to a system where families go bankrupt over an unexpected illness, and our emergency rooms are filled with mothers, once again seeking basic care for their children. I refuse to accept that that's the best we can do for the American people, and I'm voting no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, pleased to recognize a fellow physician, the chairman of the House Veterans Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Rowe, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The American Health Care Act in no way changes existing regulations that allow a veteran who's eligible for but not enrolled in the Department of Veterans Affairs health care system from using a tax credit to purchase health insurance. Language that would have codified that regulation into law was removed from an earlier version to comply with Senate rules. Removing the language in no way changes that existing regulation or a veteran's eligibility to receive a tax credit. And by the way, it's the exact same language that was in the ACA. I will repeat that. The American Health Care Act in no way affects a veteran's ability to access tax credits. And I'm disturbed that our colleagues in the minority, Mr. Speaker, would assert that it does in an effort to score political points against this legislation. Fear-mongering has no place in this debate, and where Americans' veterans are concerned, as chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, as a medical doctor, and as a veteran myself, ensuring that veterans' health care is protected is my highest priority here in this Congress, and I would not stand for language in this bill or any other bill that would compromise a veteran's ability to access care. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey. For what purpose the gentlelady from California seek
Yes,
recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to express my opposition to this morally bankrupt bill and to insert this letter of opposition from the National Rural Health Association into the record.
Without objection, the gentlelady's request will be granted. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind my colleague from Tennessee that his vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with breast cancer in Tennessee by $38,550 per year. And now I'd like to yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this misguided legislation to repeal the Affordable Care Act. This vote might be the single most important issue our Congress deals with. It literally means life or death for too many people in our country. What we vote on today is ultimately a reflection of our values as a nation. I believe that we have a moral responsibility to take care of the most vulnerable among us. The nuns taught me that. The Bible teaches us that. The sick, the poor, the elderly. And this dangerous bill does nothing to protect them. In fact, it will do more harm to our most vulnerable. 129 million Americans suffer from a pre-existing condition. They are our neighbors, our friends, and for some, our family. They're the people attending their town hall meetings. For me, I am a caregiver. I spend more time at the hospital and the doctors than I want to. And person after person comes up to me and tells me their story and begs me that they will not lose their insurance. Healthy Michigan let them go to the doctor for the first time. The Affordable Care Act made a guarantee that someone with a pre-existing condition would be charged more than healthy people, and that coverage would be available to all. Thank you. Please vote against this shameful bill.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the chairman of our Budget Committee, Diane Black, from the state of Tennessee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always amazed when I start hearing conversations about the Affordable Care Act and how it's working so well today. I want to talk about two situations in my home state of Tennessee. When the Affordable Care Act went into place in the state of Tennessee, we had a risk pool. The risk pool covered about 28,000 people. They were happy with their care, they were happy with their providers, and they were happy with the cost. It was patient-centered. They determined what best fit their needs. These were people with pre-existing conditions, happy with where they were. And in one day, because the federal government said, you don't meet this, and you don't meet that, and you don't meet this, they lost their insurance. They were in the marketplace. I want to tell you about two situations that are very close to me, but these only represent a number of the calls, many, many, many calls that I get in my office. One is a good friend of mine, has lupus. She went on the marketplace, and you know, for the first year, she did pretty good. Her premiums were pretty low, her deductible was reasonable, but here's what she found, is she couldn't keep her doctor. Now, can you imagine someone who has had lupus for a number of years, isn't controlled, and now she's told she cannot keep her doctor? She had to find other doctors, which she was not happy with because she had a relationship. They didn't use the same treatment and care that she had received before. So she's not felt very healthy. But in the meantime, every year that it's renewed, she calls me to say, my premiums have gone up, my deductibles have gone up, and now it's more than what I was paying before where I liked what I had and I couldn't keep it. opposite of what the president then told everyone. If you like what you have, you can keep it. The second one is someone who has myasthenia gravis, again, on that same risk pool. She lost her opportunity to get the medication that she was receiving, an IV medication. She has myasthenia gravis. And she was very controlled, able to work, living a healthy lifestyle. She lost her opportunity to have that medication because instead of that medication only being $400 a month, would you yield me one more minute?
I'd be happy to yield an additional minute.
Because of that medication being instead $400 a month, it was now $3,400 a month, which means no longer can she get her medication. So when we talk about, or the other side talks about how wonderful this system is, I implore them to come to our state and talk to the people in my state. I'm a registered nurse. I know what it's like to take care of people that have health care conditions that need to be in a risk pool. But let's do it the right way. Let's give it to our states. Let's allow this now to be used in a way that's patient-centered, the way it was working in my home state of Tennessee. And I support this bill, and I'm looking forward to the vote later on this afternoon. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from Tennessee that her vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 1,265,000 people in her state with pre-existing conditions. And now I'd like to yield 45 seconds to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, President Trump and the Republicans are looking for a win. They want to put points on the scoreboard. But why would you want to win by taking health care coverage away from 24 million Americans? Why would you consider it a victory to raise premiums and co-payments and deductibles on millions of Americans, including millions of older Americans? And why would you view it as success to eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions? If I could vote against this bill 100 times, I would do it. If I could vote against it 1,000 times for the thousands of my constituents that will be hurt by this bill, I would. It's wrong, it's immoral, and it's inhumane. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, the Vice Chairman of the Health Subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee.
He's recognized for 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you, Thank you, Chairman, for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I want to talk about is talk about what's underlying in this bill and the traditional reform in Medicaid. Medicaid currently costs state and federal government $600 billion. It's estimated in 10 years, in a decade, to cost $1 trillion. It's a system that's set up to implode on itself. And so what we want to do, let's fix the problem before we get to the critical point where it's going to implode. And let's fix it now, and let's make it right. So what we do is allow states to have the same money they had in 2016, the exact same money, with growth. Growth be to CPI, medical, and in some categories +1. They also have growth in demographics. And some people from states where people retire to, they came to the concern and said, what if I'm from a state where somebody lives in an area, then they move to my state when they're older, and typically costs more in the Medicaid system? Well, we adjust for that. It's in the per capita allotment. As they move, they would transfer. It's not a traditional block grant unless the state chooses to do so, which these states similarly situated probably wouldn't. So we are here reforming an entitlement program, the first time since the 1990s, and it's a very sound, it's a very solid way, and it's a way that preserves and protects the program, and it prevents the program from imploding on itself within a decade. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Speaker, I remind my colleague from Kentucky that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 881,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Kentucky. And now I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is worse than a sham. This bill is worse than a sugar pill. This bill is downright ugly. It's poison. And as an emergency medicine doctor, I urge you to do no harm, and I urge everybody to do no harm. Let's be clear. A vote for this bill is a vote for 24 million people to lose their insurance. A vote for this bill is to add an age tax to those 55 years old and older. A vote for this bill is to raise out-of-pocket costs for everyone with less coverage. A vote for this bill is to take away guarantees for emergency care, medicine, mental health, maternity care. A vote for this bill is to allow private health insurance companies companies to draw patients who have pre-existing illness. How, you may ask? Let's say I see a patient with diabetes who doesn't have health insurance. A private health insurance company can say, no, we're not going to cover you. Why don't you go to the high-risk, high-cost state insurance pool that is way too expensive with no guarantees that they will cover what they need. Therefore, they won't be able to afford it. They won't have coverage. They're going to go into financial ruin. All of this in order to give $6 billion tax cuts to the wealthiest. I urge everybody to vote no.
Mr. Speaker, this time it is my great pleasure to recognize the chairman of the full Committee on Energy and Commerce, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Walden, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. I thank our colleagues who have worked so hard on this legislation to try and rescue these failing insurance markets. We learned yesterday, I think most of Iowa now will not have a single insurer left on the exchanges. And if you're one of the people out there in the counties across America, 1 out of 3 counties, there are people who only have one option for insurance. What we're trying to do here is fix this market so you actually have insurance to cover you. We believe that going forward with this piece of legislation, not only do we give more flexibility to states to innovate, they care about the people in their states. I know my home state, Oregon, does, and yet they're facing a shortfall right now that this legislation would provide over $320 million to help fill. One of their proposals is to kick 350,000 people off of Medicaid. This would help fill the gap, $320 million in the next 2 years to fill an $882 million shortfall they have. But this is a problem across the country. And what we're trying to do here is reform Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, in a way that will work going into the future, because otherwise people are going to be left with not only enormous rate increases in the premiums, but also you've seen an explosion in the cost of what they have to pay out of pocket. So there are places now, I've had people in my district say, look, I'm outside of that area where I get a subsidy, and I'm paying full price. And our premiums have gone up 50% in the last 2 years. My options have gone down from 4 or 5 to maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3, and it's getting worse, and they're threatening to pull out. And my out-of-pocket costs are now so high, I'm paying for something I can't even afford to use. We're trying to fix and rescue this market, bring people in. And you hear all these numbers on state by state. I'm not buying into that at all. They don't understand what our bill does. We are giving states authority, we're giving protections for people, and we're going to get this straightened out once and for all so that we have an insurance market that works, but more importantly, we have a health care delivery system that people can afford and that we can get quality health care when they go to see a doctor, between them and their doctor without a bureaucrat in between. I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to ask unanimous consent to express my opposition to this horrible bill and insert this letter of opposition from the National Children's Hospital into the record.
Without objection, gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my chairman that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 654,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Oregon. And now,
will the gentleman yield?
I don't have any time.
Because
now I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear about where we are with Trump Care 2.0. This bill still strips 24 million Americans of health care, cuts $880 billion from Medicaid, and increases premiums for the majority of Americans. It still has an age tax if you're 50 to 64 years old, and cuts maternity care and coverage for substance abuse disorders. And it still gives $1 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest millionaires, billionaires, and corporations on the backs of working people who will pay more and get less. Trump Care 2.0 adds insult to injury because my Republican colleagues would like you to believe that they're going to cover pre-existing conditions, and that is just not true. American people, be clear. This will not cover pre-existing conditions, and 133 million Americans with those pre-existing conditions will suffer. Kids like James Kish, an 8-year-old in my district who has a brain tumor and literally stands to die if this bill passes. Mr. Speaker, hundreds across this country are calling our offices and weeping. We should all weep that this bill is coming to the floor. We should vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, we'll yield an additional 20 seconds to the gentleman from
I thank
Oregon.
the gentleman. I have to say that the information that we're being told, even the New York Times has characterized some of it as being misleading, and it is. When you say Oregonians are going to suddenly be thrown out, that is not true on pre-existing conditions, because there is no waiver request. There is none of this even law. You're just making that stuff up. And I dispute it. It is misleading. It is wrong. It is fear-mongering, and I'm sorry it's happening on this floor.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind my chairman that he represents more people on Medicaid expansion than any Republican in the country, and this bill ends Medicaid expansion. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member Pallone. Trump Care is another false promise. Actually, it's musical chairs. Millions of Americans will be left out, priced out, especially the sick, the old, the pregnant, and the mentally ill. Health insurance means life or death. In this concoction, who's eligible? How much will it cost? Who will be left out? There's no budget score from the Congressional Budget Office. Republicans aren't guaranteeing affordable coverage. Everybody knows. Even a one-word change in your insurance policy can make a gigantic difference in your coverage. Why not give Americans a chance to calculate the bill's true cost and how it will impact them? As a result of the Affordable Care Act, 1 million Ohioans now have health insurance that didn't have it before. So here we are at the end of our long voting week with a major proposal that will rip away the health insurance benefits or make them unaffordable for millions of Americans. Musical chairs is not the way to run the people's house nor the life and death affairs of a great nation. Trump Care sets up a cruel game of musical chairs. Shame, shame, shame.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to again recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Vice Chairman of the Health Subcommittee, for 1 minute.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised that my friends on the other side are defending the Obamacare age tax, which is a tax on young people. This is how this works. I'm the right demographic for it. It's people from 26 to 34 pay more, so people from 50 and 64 pay less. So think about this. I'm 53. In 3 years, I'll be 56. My daughter will be 26. So what I'm asking her to do, what we're asking her to do if we don't repeal this, is as you're wanting to buy a house, get married, she got married, buy a house, start a family, get her family moving forward, we're going to say, but we want you to pay more for your health care so I can pay less. So that's what they're doing. They're having parents have their children pay more so they can pay less. And when all of us, I think we want our children to, as they start their family, start their life, to have more breaks, not put another burden on them. So I defend the fact that we're giving tax relief to young people, for people from 26 to 34 who can least afford the premiums that we're putting on them. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about the amount of time that remains on both sides?
Gentleman from New Jersey has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Texas has 3 minutes remaining.
So at this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute. 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is the cruelest and most immoral thing I've seen the Republican Party do to the American people. Tens of thousands of Americans will die if this bill passes. That's a fact. Republicans have been deceiving the American people for the last 8 years. They don't care about working people, and this bill proves it. They care about insurance companies and drug companies that fund their campaigns. They care about the millionaires and billionaires that get huge tax cuts in this bill. But don't try to tell me that they care about factory and construction workers that will be hurt by this bill. Don't try to tell me that they care about single moms who won't be able to put food on the table after you pass this bill. And don't try to tell me that they care about cancer survivors who are going to pay $140,000 more for health insurance. I don't know how anyone can look their constituents in the eye if they vote for this bill. And shame on you if you do. And if you vote for this bill, there will come a day when you will have to answer for your vote. When you'll have to look a friend, a family member in the eye, someone who's sick or dying, and say, I did this to you. Don't do it. Vote no. With that, you'll...
Gentleman's time has expired, and members are reminded once again to refer their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice, 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the American people today who are being dragged down by this failing disaster called Obamacare. Since I first got to Congress, I've consistently heard from people across the 7th District of South Carolina who've been negatively affected by Obamacare. We were told if you liked your plan, you could keep it. We were told your premiums would go down by $2,500 per family. We were told it would provide more choice. But what we've seen is exactly the opposite. 232,000 South Carolinians' plans were canceled. Premiums have increased by double digits every year and are up by 28% this year. There's only one insurer left in South Carolina, and they're threatening to pull out. The law is failing miserably and getting worse. This bill repeals harmful Obamacare taxes across the board that drove up health care costs and transitions health care to a more competitive, patient-centered insurance market. There are still fixes that need to be made to further improve health care, but this is a dramatic move forward from where we are today and the first step in moving America's health care from an unsustainable system to a sustainable one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague from South Carolina that his vote for the health care bill will take away protections for 822,000 people with pre-existing conditions in South Carolina. And now I yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Florida.
Gentlelady is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn this abhorrent legislation that will rip away protections for millions of Americans. I'm a breast cancer survivor. President Trump and our Republican colleagues promised Americans like me that we would not be discriminated against based on our pre-existing conditions. Now, I'm not sure if any Republicans actually know what it's like to live every single day of your life waiting for the other shoe to drop. But with this bill, you yank that peace of mind that we have with the Affordable Care Act out from under us. This bill would allow states to segregate sick people into separate, inferior coverage and leave individuals exposed to catastrophic health costs, benefit exclusions, and waiting lists. High-risk pools spin sick people into a death spiral. Premiums go ever higher and coverage is spotty. I can only hope that my colleagues come to their senses before inevitably handing so many Americans a death sentence. Make no mistake, people will die as a result of this bill.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman
back.
from Texas.
Speaker, may I inquire as to the
gentleman has 1.5 minutes remaining. The gentleman from New Jersey has 3/4 of a minute remaining.
I will yield myself 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to take a minute today to thank the superior team we have in the House Legislative Council. They have put in many, many man-hours and woman-hours to draft this bill that's being considered here in the House today. Specifically, I want to thank Ed Grossman, Jessica Shapiro, Michelle Vanek, and Jesse Coors for their, Jesse Cross for their devotion to the people of the United States in helping us draft this legislation. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield my remaining time to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 3/4 of a minute.
Mr. Speaker, how tragic it is that before House Republicans skip town, they will steal from Medicare, pass an age tax on older Americans, say that children with autism are a pre-existing condition, and tell folks if you have diabetes, you're paying $5,600 more. This morning, I heard from many hospitals, doctors, and nurses across Illinois. They know what families need to be taken care of and to be healthy. They do not believe that stripping 24 million Americans of their health insurance is in the best interest of our national health. To my 8 Illinois colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, if you vote yes on this bill, the 8 of you own its aftermath in our state. You own the 47,000 jobs that you will kill. You own the health of the million-plus Illinoisans who will be stripped of their health insurance. Let's kill this horrific bill and work together to make health insurance affordable and accessible for all.
Gentlelady's time has expired, and hopefully for the last time, the chair reminds members to direct their remarks to the chair. That would be this chair. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're here today to correct a technical problem that exists with trying to draft 2 Senate rules with the House legislation. Recognizing the problem, United States Representative Martha McSally from Arizona has introduced a straightforward and practical bill to fix the problem. It is a simple two-page bill that when the American Health Care Act becomes law, members of Congress, congressional staff will be treated the same way as every other citizen. That's only right. It's only proper. I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 308, the previous question is ordered on the bill. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff.
Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Who called? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those in support of the request for yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Who's ready? Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1628 will now resume. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1628, a bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
Pursuant to House Resolution 308, the further amendments printed in House Report 115-109 are considered as adopted. When consideration was postponed on Friday, March 24, 2017, 41 of the 41 3/4 minutes of the debate remained on the bill. The gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Black, has 19 1/2 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, has 22 1/4 minutes remaining. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend remarks on H.R. 1628, the American Health Care Act of 2017.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of the American Health Care Act, a bill that repeals the worst parts of Obamacare and begins to repair the damage it has caused. This bill brings choice and competition back into the healthcare marketplace and puts healthcare decisions back into the hands of patients and doctors where it belongs. It's been a winding road to get to this point, but we're here today to fulfill the promise that we made to the American people. And I'll point out right now, to those who say we should have just moved on from health care reform, American families and individuals are suffering from rising costs and barriers to getting the care that they need right now. And under Obamacare, the situation is getting worse every day. In Iowa, just yesterday, one of the last remaining insurers announced that it will pull out of the Obamacare exchanges, leaving nearly all of the state's residents with no, and yes, I will say again, nearly all of the residents with no available health insurance plan for the purchase under Obamacare. And in a few of the Iowa counties, which are the remaining insurers, even that company is saying that it might stop offering plans, leaving the entire state without an insurance plan available under Obamacare. That's happening this very week. We can't wait a moment longer than necessary to provide relief for the American people by repealing and replacing Obamacare. I applaud the members of this body who stuck with us during this process and worked hard to make the bill better. I myself had concerns about the bill as it was introduced. I worked hard to make sure that the bill truly reflected my ideals and the views and desires of my constituents. And when the bill came before the Budget Committee, which I chair, I urged my members to stay in the fight and to work to improve the bill rather than to stop it in its tracks. And you know what? Our members did just that, making some recommendations that were eventually included in the various amendments. That message was heard loud and clear by all of the members of our conference, who have worked tirelessly to finalize a bill that truly reflects our vision for health care reform. Throughout this process, our commitment to undoing the damage done by Obamacare has remained steadfast. Day after day, my constituents call my office begging us to do something to save them from Obamacare. And it's because Obamacare is collapsing. In my state of Tennessee, families are suffering. Premiums have increased by 60%, while deductibles are so high that even if someone has an insurance card, doesn't mean they have guaranteed care. There are parts of my state in Tennessee that don't have a single insurance provider in the marketplace, and 2/3 of the counties have only one provider. That's not competition, that's called a monopoly. While no legislation is perfect, this bill makes some important changes to help American families get quality, affordable health insurance. It zeroes out the mandates, it repeals the taxes, and it repeals the subsidies. It allows people to choose health insurance plans to meet the unique needs of their families, instead of purchasing a one-size-fits-all plan mandated by a Washington bureaucrat. And it modernizes Medicaid, a once-in-a-lifetime entitlement reform, ending Medicaid's open-ended funding structure will play an important role in addressing our future budget deficits and our growing national debt. This is a particularly proud moment for me. I was working as a nurse in Nashville in the 1990s when Clinton administration pushed a single-payer pilot program on Tennessee called TennCare. I saw firsthand the negative impact of a government-run health care on our patient care, and I saw costs rise and the quality of care fall. It inspired me to get involved in the public service. And when in 2009 and 2010 I saw those same principles being debated and eventually implemented on the national level, I thought my experience in Tennessee could be valuable in the national debate. So in 2011, I sponsored the first piece of legislation that repealed a part of Obamacare. And today, we take the largest step yet in rescuing the American people from this damaging government-run healthcare system. I and many other members of this body have worked hard to make sure that this bill truly reflects our visions for healthcare reform. I, for one, cannot sit idly by and let this opportunity go to waste. You know, governing is hard. But our constituents did not elect us to do what is easy. They elected us to do what is right. And I urge my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the American Health Care Act to rescue the American people from Obamacare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that her vote for this bill could increase premiums for people with breast cancer in Tennessee by over $38,000. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's begin with a few facts. Since the passage of the Affordable Care Act, costs have gone up at the lowest rate in 50 years. Those with pre-existing conditions get insurance at the standard rate. Instead of millions of people losing their insurance every year, 20 million more people have insurance. Personal bankruptcies are down 50%. Still, all we hear are complaints, press releases, and promises about something better. But CBO has debunked this proposal by pointing out that 24 million fewer people will have insurance, the costs will go up, and the insurance will cover less. So whatever you think about the Affordable Care Act, this bill makes things worse, except for millionaires who get a tax cut. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Dr. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor now to yield a minute and a half to a fellow Tennessean, a physician, and the chair of the Veterans Committee.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Dr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 years ago, I stood right in this well to debate the ACA, which premise was to increase access and decrease costs. We all agreed with that, but that's not exactly what happened. In my district in the state of Tennessee, over 1/3 of the counties have no place they can buy insurance, and multiple counties in my state, including the third largest, have no access. Premiums have soared over 60%. 18 of the 23 co-ops went bankrupt, including the one in my state, which required people to search for other coverage. And no matter what verbiage you hear, nothing in this bill changes how veterans are treated under the law. Nothing. The criticisms are flat out wrong. I'm a veteran, a doctor, and chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee. It ain't gonna happen. In my state, and where I practiced medicine for over 30 years, listen to this, 60 to 70% of the uncollectible debt now are people with insurance. So why do I support this bill? One, it protects pre-existing conditions. Two, it puts patients ahead of special interests and restores a physician-patient relationship. Thirdly, it reforms Medicaid so that first-class people don't get second-class care, and repeals the individual mandate so that 160,000 Tennesseans don't get fined for a product they cannot afford. Mr. Speaker, this bill isn't perfect, but it's a huge improvement over Obamacare, and it's worthy of every member's support. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take health care protections away from over 1 million people in Tennessee with pre-existing conditions. And I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Oregon, the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House is voting on a harmful bill that puts the most vulnerable members of our community at risk. We know that millions will lose coverage, and the Affordable Care Act protects people with pre-existing conditions. This bill does not. High-risk pools don't work. My constituents are scared, and so are people across this country. Arden from Gearhart, Oregon, wrote to me, distraught because she and her daughter Selah could lose coverage. Arden took the loving step of adopting a child with special needs, and now the support program they rely on is at risk of being terminated by this bill. This is a critical vote. I implore my colleagues to think about all the people like Arden and Selah in their communities. Think about the millions across this country who risk losing coverage. And I implore my colleagues to do no harm. Vote no on this harmful bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's now my honor to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the chair of Energy and Commerce, who's worked tirelessly on this bill.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the chair, and I'd now like to yield to my friend from Florida for purposes of a colloquy.
Gentleman.
I have heard from my governor, state officials, providers about the challenges on the ground in Florida and what they're facing. The demographic issues in Florida raise significant challenges for the state of Florida, and it's in the Medicaid program, particularly the state Medicaid program that provides cost covering the elderly and the most disadvantaged in nursing home program, as well as the rising costs associated with Florida's aging population. As the process moves forward, Florida's unique challenges must be recognized and accounted for as we relocate dollars and reallocate dollars for this important safety net program.
I thank the gentleman from Florida for not only raising this issue, but being a real partner in this legislation. I've met with your governor as well, who has been very helpful in the discussions. We believe that accounting for aging demographics of the Medicaid program and broader population is an important factor we must consider to ensure that any Medicaid reform is successfully implemented. I'm committed to working with you, the gentleman from Florida, our colleagues in the Senate, and the Trump administration to ensure Florida's unique challenges related to an aging Medicaid demographic are recognized and accounted for appropriately.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, in the remaining part of my time, I'd just like to thank my colleagues for their work on this measure. Making sure that people have access to affordable health care is essential. It's something I would say we all care about. We all care about family members who have suffered from cancer or other debilitating diseases or afflictions. We're trying to find a place here that works for all Americans, where we have insurance markets that are actually available, where you can get an insurance product that works for you, that's affordable for you. We know that today in America, the insurance market and the individual market, that's a very small segment, 7% of insurance in America. That's what we're talking about here today, that market is collapsing before our eyes. In fact, in Iowa, I think they just announced 94 and 99 counties. People there won't even have an insurance product they can try to purchase on the exchange. We've met with governors, we've met with insurers, we've said, what do we need to do to intercede to get this market back to where it works? The proposals contained in our legislation are designed to do exactly that, to get back to where consumers have choices when they're required to buy insurance to take care of their families. Those choices need to be affordable. They are not now today. My own state of Oregon, premiums have gone up 50% in the last 2 years. And meanwhile, the number of options you have to choose from has gone down and continues to go down. Now, we haven't gone as far as some states where you have either no option in most areas of the state or just one. But how far off is it when insurers are failing, people losing their opportunity to get affordable health insurance? We take care of the disabled. We take care of the elderly. In fact, we plus up to medical CPI +1 to make sure we take care of the elderly and the disabled in our Medicaid program. By the way, that is probably more than most states are spending today. So we have thought this through carefully. We care about people and their medical condition and their families because we're all in this together as Americans. And I think the bill we have before us today works. It works to take care of those most in need. It works to make sure that the people can get access to insurance. And I'll tell you what, it is the first step in a many-step process to also look at families who are dealing with opioid addiction and what we can do there. There are efforts at NIH, which we just supported yesterday, to fund medical research so that we can get to cures for those who have diseases and other afflictions. We are fully committed to improving health care not only for Americans, but around the globe through innovation and scientific discovery. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this health care bill will take away protections for over 600,000 people in Oregon with pre-existing conditions. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Consortium of Citizens with Disabilities, which states this legislation will dramatically cut Medicaid services that are vital to people with disabilities and seniors.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there are 7 million veterans who are eligible for VA care but not enrolled at the VA. All of them could be denied access to the tax credits in this bill. And everyone in this chamber needs to understand how. On page 10, line 6 of Manager's Amendment number 4, it states that an individual is not eligible for tax credits if they're eligible for care as defined by U.S. Code 5000 F1A. This code specifically includes VA care. So this means that those 7 million veterans who are eligible for VA care, even if they are not enrolled, would not have access to the tax credits in this law. This is not fear-mongering. This is not hyperbole. This is the text of the bill we are voting on today. This bill jeopardizes health care for up to 7 million veterans, and everyone should oppose it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the Democratic whip, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 3 minutes. Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans now control all of our government. Whatever happens to our health care system will be their responsibility, including what has already happened since January with the destabilizing of our insurance markets and health plans, announcing rate hikes due to uncertainty. They will be held accountable for what happens. Today, Americans will have an opportunity to see exactly where their representatives stand. This vote is a simple one. It votes to kick 24 million Americans off of their health insurance coverage. I don't say that, CBO says that, which is perhaps why we don't have a CBO report on the amendment. It includes 7 million people who are covered through their employers. It is a vote to make coverage unaffordable for 1 in 4 Americans with pre-existing conditions and ration care through high-risk pools. It is a vote to impose an age tax on old Americans, some $1,700 to $14,600. That's quite a hike. It's a vote to force Americans to pay more for less, to raise premiums 24 to 29% on average over each of the next 2 years. CBO says that, not me. And no matter how Republicans try to spin it, healthcare advocates from the AMA to AARP to everybody that follows have said that it ends protection for those with pre-existing conditions. It ends protections for those with pre-existing conditions. It ends protections for those with pre-existing conditions, and it takes away essential health benefits like doctor visits, emergency room visits, and prescription drugs. So this, Mr. Speaker, will be a very instructive vote. It will show the American people if Republicans stand with those who don't want to lose their coverage, some 55% now and 75% saying fix it, don't repeal it, or if they stand with a president who wants to claim a victory but doesn't even seem to know what his own Trump Care bill says. I recommend, as a political strategist who's concerned about 2018, that you once again withdraw this bill. Instead, we ought to work together to make sure that the Affordable Care Act works for all Americans and deliver on the promise that President Trump made from that rostrum when he said that he wanted insurance for everybody. Not kick 24 million off, for everybody. Not make seniors pay more, for everybody. Not to put Medicaid at risk, for everybody. It's far less expensive and far better. I urge my colleagues, come to your senses, defeat this bill.
Gentlelady from Tennessee. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind the other side that if they read the bill, they will see under Section 137 it says no limiting access to coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions. Nothing in this act shall be construed as permitting health insurance insurers to limit access to health coverage for individuals with pre-existing conditions. It is now my honor. I do not have time to yield. It is now my honor to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee.
Gentleman from Texas, recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank Chairwoman Black for her leadership on this effort, as well as Chairman Walden, the Energy and Commerce Committee, for incredible work. And as chairman and on behalf of the Ways and Means Committee, who worked alongside you, I'm honored to speak in support of the American Health Care Act because it guarantees coverage for those with pre-existing illnesses. It guarantees coverage for those with pre-existing illnesses. In fact, this bill takes decisive action to repeal all the bad parts, all the damage done by Obamacare, and begin a thoughtful step-by-step process to deliver a patient-centered healthcare system, not a Washington-centered healthcare system, the American people. While Obamacare has helped some, far more have been hurt by this law, and more Obamacare failures are piling up every day. Just yesterday, Aetna announced that it will exit Virginia's individual health market next year. And it's not just the state's Obamacare exchanges they are leaving behind. Aetna will not offer any plans next year in the individual market in Virginia. Same thing is happening in Iowa. And Democrats, my friends on the Democratic aisle, have done nothing to stop this, nothing. But today, because of this bill, thousands of people will have hope for a new plan to provide the health care coverage they need. Millions of Americans throughout the country are facing just terrible options. People in Texas have been hit particularly hard. Between last year and this year, 9 health care insurers have exited Obamacare exchanges in the Lone Star State. No other state saw more insurers leave. For my families, the failures of this law have come to mean some incredibly tough choices they've had to accept under Obamacare. You can't access affordable coverage that's tailored to what they need. They've had to learn how to get by as their monthly health premiums just skyrocket each and every year, bigger than their mortgage payments. They've had to choose between paying out of pocket for the care they need or not getting care at all. And under Obamacare, the ability to receive treatment from a doctor you know and who knows you has become a luxury that too many can't afford. Today, with the American Health Care Act, the Republicans propose we have an opportunity to provide immediate relief from this failing law. More than that, we can provide Americans with real choices in health care, not the painful decision they forced to live with under Obamacare. Under the Ways and Means Committee area, this starts by repealing the law's crushing taxes and mandates, and that's where Ways and Means takes action. Under Obamacare, the individual employer mandate penalties allow Washington to strong-arm you, to strong-arm Americans in Obamacare plans you do not want and cannot afford. Not anymore. Under the Republican plan, we repeal the individual employer mandate tax penalties so Americans have the freedom to make the health care choices that are right for them. Under Obamacare, over $1 trillion of taxes were imposed on the American people. Under the Republican plan, those taxes are gone. Those taxes that burden American small businesses and families. And under our plan, we provide increased health savings accounts so Americans can save easier for the out-of-pocket costs that hit them under any health care. And then we create a personal individual tax credit so Americans can buy plans that are right for them, not what's right for government. Health care premiums, they can choose a plan that can go with them from job to job, state to state, home to start a business or a family, and even into those pre-retirement years. Today is about taking on a collapsing Obamacare and replacing for the American people health care that they want, they can use, and that they can afford, driven not by what Washington wants, but driven by what American families need in their health care. I urge this support.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take away protections of over 4.5 million people with pre-existing conditions in Texas who might have access to coverage, but if they have diabetes, their rates could go up $5,000. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. After his latest failed attempt to roll back the ACA, Speaker Ryan declared to the American people, Obamacare is the law of the land. And less than 50 days later, Paul Ryan shamefully is going against his word, trying to ram Trump care down our throats. It's an embarrassment that we're wasting taxpayer dollars to again consider Trump care, or as I call it, Trump don't care, a reckless plan that does nothing to make health care better. Trump care gives the rich and big corporations a $600 billion tax break. It forces families to pay higher premiums and deductions, placing health care out of their reach. Trump Care forces seniors to pay higher costs, and it changes Medicare as we know it. It strips essential health benefits and protections for people with pre-existing conditions. What a pitiful display of partisan politics. Trump Care is so bad, Republicans have exempted themselves from it. They don't want Trump Care. The medical industry doesn't want Trump Care. Democrats don't want Trump Care. Why don't House Republicans listen? The people don't want it, and I won't support it.
Tennessee. Gentlewoman reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Common Sense Kids Action that explains that the bill jeopardizes the health care and well-being of America's kids and will alarm any parent who understands the importance of health insurance for their children and family.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from SEIU which states this legislation will leave millions without health insurance and decimate the Medicaid program.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
The House majority has once again made clear that under Republican rule, the system is rigged. The fix is in. The deck is stacked against hard-working Americans. And Exhibit A is your reckless Republican health care plan. Under Trump Care, 24 million Americans will lose access to health insurance. Under Trump Care, a draconian age tax will be imposed on people between 50 and 64. Under Trump Care, costs will go up, premiums will go up, co-pays will go up, deductibles will go up. Under Trump Care, tens of millions of Americans who are living with pre-existing conditions will be screwed. House Republicans are out to destroy the American healthcare system as we know it. But you will be held accountable for the cruel and unusual punishment that you have decided to inflict on the American people. Vote no against this draconian piece of legislation.
Apparently, not the last time, the chair would remind members to direct their remarks to this chair. Understood? Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article in Consumer Reports dated May 2nd, 2017, entitled How the Affordable Care Act Drove Down Personal Bankruptcy.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. A month ago, I was ready to speak right here on the floor when this bill was abruptly removed. Apparently, it wasn't bad enough that day. Wasn't harmful enough. But now it's back worse than ever. So bad, it might actually pass. I don't have a lot of time to explain, but let me tell you two groups that are really going to say thank you. It's the billionaires and it's the undertakers. This bill will make health care more unaffordable and preventable deaths. Meanwhile, it gives $800 billion to the wealthy, to the billionaires. Trump Care brings us higher costs, less coverage, guts the benefits, crushing age tax, and steals from Medicare. And in my district alone, 43,000 people will lose coverage. 9,000 of those are children. Elderly, the Medicaid will be lost close to 2,000. There's a reason they're trying to jam this down our throat. There's no CBO score because they don't want to hear new score. Speaker, let me make it plain. Let's put this bill in a coffin, not Americans. Let's kill and bury this bill. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Tennessee. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my honor to yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, our whip.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the chairwoman of the Budget Committee for yielding. And I rise in strong support of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that finally provides relief to the American people across this country from the failures of Obamacare. And just how bad is it failing? You don't have to look any further than what happened in Iowa yesterday, where literally they're going to have, in 94 out of 99 counties, nobody to write insurance for people that are in the Obamacare exchanges. So what do the people, Mr. Speaker, that are opposed to this bill say to those who are about to have no place to go to get health care? What are the people that oppose this bill, Mr. Speaker, going to say to the millions of people with pre-existing conditions across the country who are being faced with double-digit increases in their health insurance every year? And oh, by the way, premiums and deductibles as high as over $10,000, which are creaming those folks that are struggling under the weight of this bill. So what we're replacing it with, Mr. Speaker, are reforms that actually lower premiums, that actually put patients back in charge of their health care decisions, so that elitists up here in Washington won't tell you what you have to buy. You actually get to make that choice yourself. And you get to focus on plans that are good for your family at lower costs so that you can be in charge. And oh, by the way, reforming the Medicaid system, one of the most broken forms of health care, so that states actually have the ability to innovate and help low-income families. This bill is important, Mr. Speaker, to rescue the American people from a law that has failed dismally. Let's end the skyrocketing premium increases. Let's lower costs and put patients back in charge of their health care decisions. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill can take away protections for over 800,000 people with pre-existing conditions in Louisiana. For example, those with breast cancer could see their premiums go up by over $34,000. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Delaware for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from AARP which makes clear health care will be sabotaged under this bill and health care costs for older Americans will, quote, dramatically increase, end quote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Delaware.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I know in these polarized times, we often forget that we are connected, and we are all connected to each other. A sick, uninsured employee affects the bottom line of a small business. Uncompensated care in the emergency room, we all pay the bill. When a child from an uninsured family goes to school with an undiagnosed virus, not only does it impact his or her ability to learn, it impacts other kids and puts them at risk. We are all connected. As Martin Luther King so powerfully said, we may have come over on different ships, but we're all in the same boat now. Mr. Speaker, it's time we start rowing together. Unfortunately, this bill fails to recognize this. It still fails, in that we're connected and that instead of bringing us together, this simply divides us by providing less coverage, imposing an age tax, forcing people to pay more, and stripping key protections. I urge all my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 1628. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Christian Morthy.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Unanimous consent first.
Mr. Speaker, could I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request first?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Medical Association that states, quote, not only would the AHCA eliminate health insurance coverage for millions of Americans, the legislation would, in many cases, eliminate the ban against charging those with underlying medical conditions vastly more for their coverage.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The country will not remember what we say here today, but it will never forget what we do today, especially if we make the wrong choice and adopt this bill. The 159 million Americans whose employer-sponsored health care could be cut would never forget. Neither would the 24 million Americans who would lose their coverage or the 52 million people with pre-existing conditions who would struggle to find health insurance again. If this bill passes, Mr. Speaker, no cancer survivor denied coverage will forget. No survivor of sexual assault charged more for her ordeal will forget. And no parent struggling to afford emergency surgery for a newborn child could ever forget. They would not have that choice. But today, We have one. We can choose to vote no and prevent millions of Americans from losing their health care. We can choose the right path rooted in morality, decency, and reason. I implore you, vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from ASME which states this bill will cause millions to lose their health coverage and return to the days when even inadequate coverage was unaffordable.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this bill. We all should. Protecting ACA is a top issue for my constituents. Constituents like Leslie Gautier, who without the protections of the ACA would not have gotten the treatment for leukemia that she was diagnosed just at the age of 22. Leslie is now in remission thanks to Obamacare. For Leslie, the ACA protections like essential health benefits were a matter of life and death. This Republican bill will destroy those patient protections. Under the ACA in my district, 5% drop in uninsured rates, subsidized based on income and region and not on age. Medicaid expansion covering 156,000 people will be lost. The president promised not to cut Medicaid. This bill guts it by $880 billion. This bill is a gut punch to America. Pregnant women seeking health care, kicked to the curb. Patients with pre-existing conditions, kicked to the curb. Senior citizens who will have to pay more for less, kicked to the curb. Over 24 million people, including 6.5 million Latinos, kicked to the curb. We demand Republicans stop kicking to the curb Americans. Stop this bill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Tennessee.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the Service Employees International Union's letter voicing strong opposition to the deadly American Health Care Act for their 2 million members.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Association of American Medical Colleges, which states the treatment of essential health benefits and health status underwriting dilutes protections from many Americans and would leave individuals with pre-existing condition facing higher premiums and reduce access to vital care.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I rise to caution those Republicans who have been allowed themselves to be persuaded by this president into supporting this terrible bill, which would leave millions of Americans without health care and raise the cost of care for millions more. You are going to pay a terrible price for not protecting your constituents. Trump Care will cause 24 million Americans to lose their health coverage and slash Medicaid by $880 billion. For older Americans, premiums, deductibles, and copayments will skyrocket. Those between the ages of 50 and 64 will be forced to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for the same coverage. This crushing age tax will fall on some of the most vulnerable members of our society, elderly people on fixed incomes who often have serious health issues. Meanwhile, hidden in this bill is an outrageous tax breaks for billionaires. Trump Care gives $600 billion in tax cuts to large corporations and wealthy people, including $2.8 billion to the 400 richest families in America. The MacArthur Amendment made this bill even worse by gutting protections for people with pre-existing conditions.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank Mr. Scott. Members of the House, I've been here for 5 decades, and I can't recall a time when we've debated something so obviously harmful to seniors and working people in this country. This bill strips health care from 24 million people. It requires seniors to pay sometimes 100% or more of their income in premiums. This legislation drastically and dramatically cuts Medicaid, directly contradicting President Trump's claim not to. In Michigan, fully half of all children rely on Medicaid. In my district alone, 56,000 people will lose coverage, including 16,000 children and 3,200 seniors. Let's be clear, if we pass this bill, people will die.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Health care is a right and not a privilege.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of unanimous consent request, I yield to the gentleman from Minnesota, the highest-ranking enlisted soldier ever elected to Congress, Mr. Waltz.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Paralyzed Veterans of America urging rejection of the latest version of the American Health Care Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's many reasons that people may come to this and come to the conclusion this is not the piece of legislation for them. I would argue most egregious amongst this is the manner in which it was done. There was clearly an error made on the 7 million veterans you heard about. I do not question a single member's commitment in here to caring for veterans. You did not do it on purpose. You did it because you had to meet the arcane rules of the Senate. So you stripped it out, and you will, by all intents and purposes, fix it in the Senate. For you, I would say good luck with that. But for the members who are sitting here, why would we not debate this? Why would we not fix it? Why would we not go through regular order so all of us would ensure there is not a loophole that would deny coverage to 7 million veterans? This is too important to rush. It's too important to make errors like this. It's darn sure too important to count on the Senate to fix it, and it was our responsibility. So here we sat with 30 seconds amongst 15 of us to make points that are important to the American public. I urge my colleagues, reject this, come back and do it right, and provide the health care our veterans deserve. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. In case anyone has forgotten, address your remarks to the chair. Lady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Hawaii, Ms. Hanabusa.
Gentlelady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from Save Medicaid in Schools, a coalition of dozens of organizations. This letter states that this bill jeopardizes health care for the nation's most vulnerable children, students with disabilities, and students in poverty.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Hawaii.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 1168, the Trump Care Act. I am fortunate to have been born and raised in Hawaii, where we are taught to never forget our seniors, our kupuna. AARP, with a national membership of 38 million and over 150,000 in Hawaii, remains steadfastly opposed to Trump Care. The amendment proposed today makes the bill worse, and for our kupuna in Hawaii and nationally, they will have no relief from the age tax. This chart shows how much more at age 64 a person will pay in premiums, almost $6,800 in Hawaii, where we have one of the best health cares. And 55-year-old will see a premium increase of almost $3,600 a year. Why? What did the seniors do that Trump Care wants to penalize them and pay such a premium when they're moving towards retirement? Trump Care is out to get those 50 to 64 with this terrible age tag. Vote against H.R. 1168. These numbers will not be different in your districts. Yield back.
Lady from Tennessee.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, could you advise us how much time is remaining on both sides?
Gentleman from Virginia has 5.5 minutes remaining. The gentlelady from Tennessee has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Bustos.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record letters from the United Steelworkers, the AFL-CIO, and the International Brotherhood of Teamsters in opposition to this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not how Washington is supposed to work. We're supposed to improve the lives of hardworking people. Instead, this reckless and dangerous Trump Care bill would undermine both the health and the economic security of millions of Americans. People like Emily Carlson. She's a small business owner and mother of 2 from rural Abingdon, Illinois. She lives with MS, a lifelong and very expensive pre-existing condition. Before health care reform, Emily and her husband Kevin, a farmer, often had to sit around the table at night, go over their bills, and decide between sickness or debt from 1 month to the next. If this bill passes, that's a choice they're going to have to face once again. For families like the Carlsons, Trump Care means higher costs, fewer choices, and worse coverage. Trump Care is a bad deal for Americans, but it's devastating for rural Americans. Right now, there are nearly 700 rural hospitals at risk of closure. This bill will pull the plug on far too many of them, killing thousands of jobs and ripping the economic heart out of small towns across our nation. It's time to put hardworking families first, do the right thing, and vote against this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Shea Porter.
They want me to submit those letters.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter to the record a letter from the American Cancer Society which states cancer patients and survivors need affordable, accessible insurance coverage with no pre-existing condition exclusions or annual and lifetime caps, and that high-risk pools have failed to meet these basic needs.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New Hampshire.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this cruel bill on behalf of my constituents, especially those that would hurt the most, people with pre-existing conditions, older Americans, veterans, and lower-income people. If this bill passes, we'll go back to the days when people with pre-existing conditions could be denied coverage or charged more, when insurers could decide whether or not to cover basic care like hospitalization, and when sick babies might hit their insurer's lifetime coverage limit before they could even walk. Under this bill, older Americans will pay more. In fact, Americans aged 50 to 64 would pay premiums 5 times higher than others. Veterans will lose access to tax credits that make private coverage affordable, and lower-income people will be hurt. Taking away Medicaid expansion would put affordable coverage out of reach for millions and set us back in the fight against the heroin, fentanyl, and opioid crisis. Instead of this cruel bill, let's come together to improve health care, not take health insurance away from millions just to give tax credits to the wealthiest. We're better than that. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to myself.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
The American Health Care Act has gone through many fits and starts over the last few months. This bill begins to fulfill our promise to the American people by reducing costs for American families. It eliminates Obamacare's burdens on small businesses and families and protects those with pre-existing conditions. We must continue to work to build on this. With that, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, our Majority Leader, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, I thank the gentlelady for yielding. But more importantly, I thank Congresswoman Diane Black for more than 4 decades as a nurse, for caring for the sick. I know her passion for the unborn, and for her work on this legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, Americans are a practical people. We know that we can have fair health care that helps those who need it without trapping everyone in a government-run system dreamed up by Washington's central planners. Now, contrary to our freedom, Obamacare forced the American people to purchase insurance. Contrary to our well-being, Obamacare imposed taxes we cannot bear. Contrary to what is responsible and right, Obamacare made Medicaid unsustainable for the people most in need. And contrary to common sense, Obamacare regulations continue to drive up the cost of insurance beyond what people can afford. You want to know how Obamacare is working? Just read this week's papers. Now let me take you all the way back to yesterday. This is the headline. Medica, the last insurer selling individual policies in most of Iowa, is unlikely to exist. So now, 94 of the 99 counties will have no insurer in Iowa. 94 of the 94 counties in Iowa will have no insurer. Here's another headline from yesterday. Aetna will exit Obamacare markets in Virginia in 2018. Humana left the Obamacare exchanges. Blue Cross left Nebraska. United Healthcare left all but a handful of markets this year. You see, Mr. Speaker, we have roughly 3,000 counties in all of America. 1/3, 1,022, only have one provider. Soon, more counties will have none. So, you know what doesn't cover pre-existing conditions? A healthcare system that doesn't have coverage. No options mean no coverage. That's the road Obamacare is leading us down. And doing nothing leaves too many Americans out in the cold. And Mr. Speaker, we will not stand for that. We tried the Obamacare way. It is failing remarkably. And the American people are demanding a change. Now we have the chance to do something great. We can have care without control, stability without centralization, and support without mandates. We have the chance to listen to the American people and repeal and replace Obamacare. The American Health Care Act will repeal the individual and employer mandates. It will repeal Obamacare taxes. It will repeal Obamacare rules. It will repeal Obamacare subsidies. And it will do what is right by stopping taxpayer funding for abortion providers and by refocusing Medicaid on those who most need it. And we replace all of that with the system that protects those with pre-existing conditions. Mr. Speaker, I heard a lot about this bill, and this bill is not 2,000 pages. It's less than 130. But, Mr. Speaker, I've heard things on this floor that are not true. So let me state it one more time. We will replace it with a system that protects with pre-existing conditions and then reduce premiums through the tried and true process of fair competition. And as the price of insurance decreases, we give those who still can't quite afford it a step up through tax credits and expand health savings accounts. This is fundamental and structural reform. Now, Mr. Speaker, since I've had the honor to stand on this floor and serve in this House, this body has done many good things. We have stood time and again for what was best for our country. Struggling against other branches for so long, many times that required us to dig in our heels and stop something terrible. It's good to stop bad things from happening, but it's great to make good things happen. Finally, after years of waiting, we have the chance to do something good today. This bill is not perfect. No bill could be. The question is not why can't it be made perfect. The question is, do we retreat or do we act? Do we take this great leap to repeal and replace Obamacare, extend a hand to our fellow citizens most in need, and break free from Washington control? Or do we continue to wait for the day that is already here in the hope for a better day that may never come. We are not set here to wait. We are called to action. This is our opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to read another day of headlines of more people going without insurance. Without insurance is without pre-existing conditions, without coverage. Today we'll do something good. That's why today we will act. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I remind my colleague that his vote for this bill could take away protections for pre-existing conditions for almost 6 million people in California who would have access to coverage, but those with diabetes could see their premiums go up by $5,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Christ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a terrible bill. I ask for revise and extend my remarks briefly. This bill will cut 24 million Americans out of health insurance. This bill will gut Planned Parenthood in the first year, affecting women across the country. And it will cut $850 billion out of Medicaid.
Is the gentleman from Virginia yielding for the purposes of debate?
It is unconscionable.
For purpose of
Thank you,
unanimous
Mr.
consent
Speaker.
request.
Gentleman's time is being timed. Gentleman from Virginia. Without objection. Gentleman from Virginia.
Could the Speaker advise how much time is left?
Gentleman has 3 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield for the purpose of a unanimous consent request to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to this bill, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of the American Hospital Association against the bill. And I just want to say this bill can have a very simple slogan. American people are going to pay more and get less. That's what this bill does.
From Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for the purpose of unanimous consent request to the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise for unanimous consent to make one point. It is most shameful. It's
making a unanimous consent request.
Yes, I am. The unanimous consent is
consent request
to take $882 billion out of Medicaid.
The gentleman is not making a unanimous consent request.
And give it to the wealthy is the wrong thing to do.
Recognized. Gentleman from Virginia.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Could you advise again how much time remains?
Gentleman has 3 1/4 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 1/4 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Claiborne.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 1/4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentleman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republicans' pay more for less health care plan. I often repeat the 1966 observation of Martin Luther King, Jr., that of all the inequalities that exist, the injustice in health care is the most egregious and inhumane. On the day it was passed, I observed that the Affordable Care Act is the Civil Rights Act of the 21st century. Repealing the Affordable Care Act would be inhumane and put egregious forms of discrimination back into our health care delivery system. My Republican colleagues and President Trump have promised more coverage and less cost for everyone. However, this plan would allow all states to eliminate essential health benefits such as maternity and newborn coverage, prescription drugs, hospitalization, emergency coverage, and mental health services. It would also allow states to tax older Americans 5 times more than younger Americans. Republicans are reneging on their promise to protect Americans with pre-existing conditions. Without essential health benefit standards, protections for those with pre-existing conditions would exist in name only. Repeal of the essential health benefits would drive a race to the bottom, with insurers dropping coverage for everything from chemotherapy to high-cost drugs. It would precipitate a proliferation of junk policies that have historically plagued unsuspecting low-income communities for years. People with pre-existing conditions who have their cost services would not be able to find coverage they need at any price, much less affordable. We took a giant step away from this with the ACA, but this Republican bill takes us back to that era where people with pre-existing conditions are left in the cold. Adding money to a state slush fund is not a solution. Repealing the ACA will once again institutionalize inhumanity and egregiousness. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our closing statement, I'd like to yield the balance of the time to the Democratic leader, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I thank him, Congressman Scott. I thank Frank Pallone, John Yarmouth, Richie Neal, our ranking members who've done such excellent work on this debate on the values of our country. Mr. Speaker, our colleague, Mr. Clyburn, began his remarks quoting Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and I want to join him. I think those words bear repeating. Over 50 years ago, Dr. King said, of all of the forms of inequality, injustice in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane because it often results in physical death. We come to the floor with the moral force of Dr. Martin Luther King's words in our hearts. Affordable health care is a civil right, a fundamental right for every person in our country, not just the privileged few. And so in the spirit of Mr. Clyburn and Dr. King, let us be prayerful about how we go forward on this very personal issue about the well-being of every person in our country. Speaker Ryan once called this bill an act of mercy. An act of mercy. There is no mercy here. Indeed, inequality and inhumanity is exactly what Trump Care has in store for the American people. But when he said it's an act of mercy, here's what others said. From the beginning, Trump Care was a moral monstrosity that will devastate seniors, children, and hardworking Americans. That was from me. But don't take it from me. Sister Simone Campbell said, this is not the faithful way forward and must be rejected. The Catholic Health Association wrote, we strongly encourage the full House to reject this replacement bill. And the United Methodist Church said, opposing Trump Care, this is what they said, people will die because of efforts like this to roll back health care. Lutheran Services in America said, Trump Care will jeopardize the health care and long-term services and support of millions of Americans. The Episcopal Church said Trump Care falls woefully short of our spiritual calling to care for the least of these, as well as the noble values upon which our great nation was founded. End of quote. And all that was said before the Republicans decided to destroy the protections of Americans with pre-existing conditions. I grant our Republican friends their position. I respect them and their constituents who sent them here. But I reject the wrong priorities in Trump Care. Tax cuts for the rich at the expense of health insurance for tens of millions of working families across America. Trump Care very clearly spotlights the differences in priorities between Democrats and Republicans in Congress. It has stepped forward in the long-standing Republican belief that Medicare should wither on the vine, that Medicaid should be shrunken, and that Social Security should be privatized. If you believe in the health and well-being of the American people, you must reject this bill before us now. It is what Trump Care. Here's what it means for the American people. You know, much has been said about policy here today and over time. Much has been said about politics. What are the politics of this? What's really important is what this means to the American people. And they know. They are listening. They know what it means to them. And it means, Trump Care does, it forces families to pay higher premiums and deductibles, increasing out-of-pocket costs. Higher cost. less coverage. Trump Care will take away health care from more than 24 million hardworking Americans. A crushing age tax. Trump Care forces Americans aged 50 to 64 to pay premiums 5 times higher than what others pay for health coverage, no matter how healthy they are. Steals from Medicare. Trump Care shortens the life of Medicare Trust Fund and ransacks funds that seniors depend on to get long-term care they need. That's why it's consistent with their wither on the vine for Medicare philosophy. And then, if that were not bad enough, and they couldn't pass their bill because it was that bad, they moved further away from the American people by gutting key protections. Trump Care eviscerates essential health benefits such as maternity care, prescription drugs, emergency coverage, prenatal care, and guts protections for Americans with pre-existing medical conditions. As bad as Trump Care was the first time around, it was dead. It died. It died right here on the floor. Now it's come back to life, like a zombie, even more scary than before. And it is even worse. If Republicans have their way, Americans with pre-existing conditions will be pushed off their insurance and segregated into high-risk pools where they will face soaring costs, worse coverage, and restricted care. Trump Care means huge premium increases. It's a frightening future for families who need affordable, dependable care the most. Now on the floor, the Republicans have recklessly, and some would say fraudulently, claimed that Trump Care covers Americans with pre-existing conditions. It does not. It does not. As Robert Grabois at the conservative Mercatus Center said about the Upton Amendment, the $8 billion amount is a pittance. Spread over 5 years, it is a fifth of a pittance. As Karen Polis from the Kauser Family Foundation said, the Upton Amendment would cover the cost for only 1% of the individual market. Others have given it up to 5%, 1 to 5%. Does that mean covering? No. Forcing a vote without a CBO score shows that the Republicans are afraid of the facts. They're afraid of learning the full consequences of their plan to push Americans with pre-existing conditions into the cold, or as my colleague from New York said, off the sidewalk. If Republicans thought they were really protecting people, they wouldn't be afraid of the facts. But they're also afraid of the truth, and the truth that would come forth if we knew the facts. And they're afraid that the American people will find out that this is not a health care bill. This is a tax bill disguised as a health bill. This is a bill that is one of the biggest transfers of wealth from the middle class to the richest people and corporations in America. It's a tax bill, not a health care bill. That's why they have to do it now, so they can get on with their tax bill. But the suffering Trump Care will inflict on the sick is all too clear. That is why this disastrous bill has been condemned by the American Medical Association, the American Cancer Society, the American Diabetes Society, the American Diabetes Association, American Heart Association, the American Lung Association, American Society of Clinical Oncology, the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, AIDS United, the Children's Hospital Association, AARP, the March of Dimes. The list goes on and on. On and on. The American Cancer Society. Well, instead of reading all of these pages, I will submit them without objection for the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Trump Care, families, seniors, vulnerable children, Americans with disabilities, people struggling to overcome addiction, and the sick will lose their health care. Rural hospitals will be closed. Nearly 2 million jobs will be destroyed across America. 7 million veterans will lose access to tax credits for health care. And all of this to give a massive tax cut to the richest in America. Trump Care is a billionaire's tax cut, again, disguised as a health care bill. It's Robin Hood in reverse, one of the largest, again, transfers of wealth from working families to the rich in our country. Today, we honor the visions of our founders, who risked everything They risk everything, their lives, their liberty, their sacred honor, to advance the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The life, a healthier life, the freedom to pursue your happiness, the freedom from being job-locked or policy-locked because of what the Republicans want to do today. Today, we fight to preserve affordable health care as the right of every American, again, not the privileged few. Today, we fight for children like Zoe Madison Lynn. Zoe was born with a congenital heart defect in May of 2010. She faced her first of 3 heart surgeries at 15 hours. By 6 months old, Zoe was halfway to her lifetime limit her insurer had placed on her. She faced a grim future, not only using up her lifetime limit by preschool, but by carrying a pre-existing condition that will require attention and care for the rest of her life. Under the Affordable Care Act, Zoe is protected, but Trump Care puts her future in danger. I wish that our members who vote for this bill had I hope you make time to sit down with the parents of a newborn or with a heart condition or a young woman who just learned she had breast cancer, the family of loved ones struggling with a disease or a chronic condition, any of the tens of millions of Americans who are rightfully terrified of what Trump Care will mean in their lives. Mr. Speaker, we have with this bill a wonderful opportunity. This is one of the best civics lessons we can engage in. Because of what happened following the election, the American people are engaged. They are paying attention. I'm not saying in a political way, I'm saying in a personal way. A former speaker said all politics is local. In the case of health care, all politics is personal. All politics is personal when it comes to health care. And so this civics lesson will teach the American people a number of things. As special as we think we are when we come to the floor here, most Americans don't know who their member of Congress is. But they will now when they find out that you voted to take away their health care and the rest. They will know when you put an age tax on them or undermine Medicare and Medicaid and the rest. Oh, yeah, they're paying attention because it's really personal with them and their families. So I think we have to be ready for that. Our members, our colleagues who have the mantle of being a moderate, you vote for this bill, you have walked the plank from moderate to radical. And you're walking the plank for what? A bill that will not be accepted by the United States Senate. Why are you doing this? Do you believe in what is in this bill? Some of you have said, well, they'll fix it in the Senate. But you have every provision of this bill tattooed on your forehead. You will glow in the dark on this one. You will glow in the dark. You will glow in the dark. So don't walk the plank, especially unnecessarily. Our responsibility to the sick and the hurt is biblical. It's fundamental to who we are. As Pope Francis said, health is not a consumer good, but a universal right. So access to health services cannot be a privilege. Today, let us declare once again the affordable health care must be the right of every American, not the privileged few. So I ask you, my colleagues, does Trump Care lower health costs? No. Does Trump Care provide better health care? No. Does Trump Care protect seniors and families? No. Is Trump Care good for our veterans? No. Is there any caring in Trump Care at all? No. For the sake of our values, to honor our responsibilities to our founders, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, to our veterans who protect us, and to our children whose aspirations are our guide, I urge my colleague to vote no on this disastrous Trump Care bill and yield back the balance.
All right, here we go.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It really is my privilege now to yield 1 minute to the distinguished man from Wisconsin, the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I haven't said anything yet. That's right. First off, there are a few people I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank the committee chairs. I'd like to thank Chairman Walden, Chairman Brady, Chairwoman Black, Chairman Sessions. I want to thank the members of those committees, Energy and Commerce, Ways and Means, Budget and Rules. I want to thank all the members who made constructive contributions throughout this entire deliberative, bottom-up organic process. I want to thank the President of the United States for his steadfast leadership. In his address, Mr. Speaker,
House will be in order.
In his address in this chamber, he called on Congress to act. And today we take the next step to repeal and replace Obamacare. I want to thank Vice President Pence, Secretary Price, Director Mulvaney, and all of their teams. My colleagues, there is a fundamental and urgent choice at the heart of this debate. We can continue with the status quo under Obamacare. And we know what that looks like. It means even higher premiums, even fewer choices, even more insurance companies pulling out, even more uncertainty and even more chaos. Look at what has happened in Iowa this week. As is the case in so many areas in this country, Iowa is down to one insurer. That, of course, is not a choice. But now that one insurer is saying that it will have to pull out of 94 of 99 counties in Iowa. This is happening right now. So tens of thousands of Iowans will go from having one option to no options. That is not a choice. This is a crisis, and it is happening right now. What protection is Obamacare if there is no health care plan to purchase in your state? This is the direction Obamacare is rapidly heading. So we can continue with this status quo, or we can put this collapsing law behind us, end this failed experiment. Let's make it easier for people to afford their health insurance. Let's give people more choices and more control over their care. Let's make insurance companies come in and compete for your business. Let's return power from Washington to the states. Let's help get people peace of mind. Let's put the patient, not the bureaucrats, at the center of the system. This bill does all of those things. This bill delivers on the promises that we have made to the American people. You know, a lot of us have been waiting 7 years to cast this vote. Many of us are here because we pledged to cast this very vote, to repeal and replace Obamacare, to rescue people from this collapsing law. Are we going to meet this test? Are we going to be men and women of our word? Yes. Are we going to keep the promises that we made? Yes. Or are we going to falter? No. After all of this, after seeing what is happening in Iowa and around the country, after seeing this law collapsing while we witness it across the country, knowing all this turmoil that is coming, We will not falter. We will replace. And today is the day that we're going to do this. Today, this House has the opportunity to do more than just fulfill a promise. We have the opportunity to raise our gaze and set a bold course for our country. We have the opportunity to show that we've got the resolve to tackle the big challenges in this country before they tackle us, to stop the drift of arrogant, big government policies in our lives, and to begin a new era of reform based on liberty and self-determination, giving people choices, letting them control their own destinies. That is the day that is before us right here. So let us pass this bill to take the next step to put Obamacare behind us. Let us pass this bill to build a better health care system for American families. Let us pass this bill to leave this country better than we found it, because that is why we are here. That is what is at stake today. And that is why I am going to be so proud to cast my vote for this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 228, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. House will be in order. Question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
Question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Virginia.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The question on passage of H.R. 2192, the question on passage of H.R. 1628, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1644. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. The unfinished business is a vote on passage of H.R. 2192, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2192, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to eliminate the non-application of certain state waiver provisions to members of Congress and congressional staff.
Question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Six weeks ago, on March 24th, after hours of debate, Republican leadership pulled the American Health Care Act from the floor because they didn't have the votes. They are back today with plans to finish up work and the confidence that they do have votes to pass the bill. Two health care votes here. This first one is part of the changes that have been made to the legislation. It's a bill by Martha McSally that would delete from the AHCA the health care exemption for members of Congress and staff. Also, what's been changed in the bill, the three amendments added as part of the rule today, the one by Tom MacArthur of New Jersey, which, among other things, deletes the essential health benefit provisions, Fred Upton's amendment, providing $8 billion over 5 years to help those with pre-existing conditions, and an amendment which would create $15 billion in federal risk-sharing programs to help cover the costs of high medical claims. So those have been added to the bill. The first vote here, 15 minutes on the McSally bill, and the next vote, 5 minutes on the American Health Care Act itself. The president's chief of staff writes Priebus on the Hill. The president watching the vote this afternoon and tweeting about it, with Republicans possibly going to the White House after this vote. Reports from Jake Sherman of Politico saying that there may be some sort of activity at the White House as the president has delayed his departure to New York City tonight for a speech there. Live coverage here on C-SPAN of the votes this afternoon.
On this vote, the ayes are 227, the nays are
Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Kaufman. Mr. Kaufman votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 429, the nays are 0. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The unfinished business is the vote on passage of H.R. 1628, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 30, H.R. 1628, a bill to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2017.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a minimum 5-minute vote. 216. The nays are 213. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from California, Mr. Royce, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1644 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1644, a bill to enhance sanctions with respect to transactions related to North Korea and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
And by a vote of 217 to 213, the American Health Care Act passes the House floor 6 weeks after it was first introduced on the floor and first debated back on March the 24th. According to the New York Times, 18 Republicans voting no. We'll wait for the official update on that. President Trump keeping an eye on the vote and tweeting a short while ago, if victorious, Republicans will be having a big press conference at the beautiful Rose Garden of the White House immediately after the vote. We'll keep you posted on any coverage plans. Last recorded vote of the day, and actually should be for the week, as the House is on their district work period next week. And this is on the North Korea sanctions bill that was debated earlier this week. A 5-minute vote.
members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote,
419-1.
on this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 534 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to concur in the Senate amendment.
The clerk will report the title of the bill and the Senate amendment.
H.R. 534, an act to require the Secretary of State to take such actions as may be necessary for the United States to rejoin the Bureau of International Expositions and for other purposes. Senate amendment. Strike out all after the enacting.
Reading of the amendment.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Is there objection to the original request to the gentleman from Minnesota?
Okay.
Without objection, the Senate amendment is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 8, 2017.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
They're killing me today on these things.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of this morning's long overdue executive order on religious freedom and free speech, I rise today to thank my colleagues in Congress on their support for a thorough reform of the Johnson Amendment, which has hindered the ability of faith-based nonprofits and churches from engaging in free speech and exercising freedom of religion. Since 1954, the Johnson Amendment has given the IRS the broad authority to censor the free speech of pastors, churches, and other tax-exempt organizations across America. The IRS's vague interpretation of prohibited forms of speech under this law has led to uncertainty about what speech constitutes a formal violation. Furthermore, when the Johnson Amendment was originally adopted, it was passed without debate, committee hearings, or any other procedure we use in Congress today. We need to allow America's churches, pastors, and other faith leaders to speak freely on all spheres of life, including relevant political candidates and elections. We need to return free speech back to our spiritual leaders and faith-based organizations without fear of government censorship. Thank you, Mr. President, for acting to ensure that America's churches will again be a safe place to discuss all important matters in life. While today's actions are a strong start, there is more work to be done to protect religious freedom in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? I'm sorry, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2010, I was here and voted for the Affordable Care Act. It passed. It's one of the most proud moments I've had in Congress. My father was a doctor. He provided health care. I know what health care is like. I suffered from polio at age 5 and have been a constant recipient of health care. Every American should have had that right. What happened today was cruel and mean and heartless. It gave $1 billion in tax breaks to the richest people in this country, and it took health care from 24 million people, and it made the insurance policies that will be available to people less fulsome as they can waive essential benefits and not include parts of insurance that were essential under the Affordable Care Act. The policies will be nearly worthless. They'll have high deductibles, and they'll cost people more and more because the credits are not as much as the subsidies. The poor were hurt, the middle class were hurt, seniors were hurt. It was a sad day when that was cheered, and a day that will go down as one of the worst days in the history of this House. We're not going forward in providing people with the care they need in health care. We're going backwards. I rue that this day. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago at a town hall meeting in Baltimore, a young lady came forward. She was 28 years old. She said, I have stage 4 cancer. I got married just a few years ago, she said. And she said, my husband and I were considering having a baby, but now I've discovered that that won't happen. She said, the Affordable Care Act saved my life. And the last thing she said was, and she begged, she said, you've got to act now. She said, because if you don't, I'll be dead. And the last thing I said to her, Mr. Speaker, was that I will give it everything I've got. Just a few moments ago when I heard the other side of the aisle cheer as the bill was passed, it gave me great pain. But I want to say to her and to the American people, I will fight until the death to make sure, to my death, to make sure that we get you the care that you need. Health care is a right, not a privilege. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further 1 minute requests? The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Newhouse of Washington for Wednesday, May 3rd, and for the balance of the week.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2007, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a true hero in my heart and in the hearts of so many in my hometown of Chicago, Illinois, Father George H. Clements. Father Clements, on yesterday, celebrating the 60th anniversary of his ordination into the Roman Catholic Church. His path towards divinity began early in life when he became the first black graduate of Chicago's Quigley Academy Seminary in 1945. From there, he went on to pursue his education and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in Sacred Theology and a Master of Arts degree in Philosophy from St. Mary of the Lake Seminary. After ordination, Mr. Speaker, Father Clements continued his role as a trailblazer when in June of 1969, he became the first black priest of Holy Angels Catholic Church, which we in the 1st District of Illinois are proud to claim. From that position, Mr. Speaker, Father Clements has had a tremendous impact on lives all across the city of Chicago and all across our great nation. One such incident that is of tremendous significance to me personally are his actions that he undertook in the aftermath of the assassination of my dear friend and the Deputy chairman of the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton. On December the 4th, 1969, Fred Hampton was assassinated. December the 4th, 1969 is a dark day in the history of the civil rights movement and in the struggle for social justice here in our great nation. That, Mr. Speaker, is a day that Fred Hampton was, as I said before, was assassinated by members of the Cook County State's Attorney's Police Force who worked in conjunction with the Chicago Police Department and with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Mr. Speaker, it is only by the grace of God that I escaped that same fate, knowing that I was being pursued as a target of the FBI, the Cook County State's Attorney Police Department, the City of Chicago's Police Department. This same extraordinary priest, Father George Clemens, offered me protection under the very old ecclesiastical right of sanctuary that has been honored throughout many centuries here all across the world. In the church, not only in America, but in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Mr. Speaker, if not for the heroic action of Father Clemens on that day, I would not be standing here in the well of the house on this very day. Father Clemens just didn't stop on that infamous day of December 4th, 1969. On occurring days throughout the years, countless others have also benefited from Father George Clemens' boundless love for humanity. In 1980, he started the Catholic Church first One Child, One Church program, an effort to increase the adoption rates of African American orphans. He took this noble, gigantic step to heart, so to heart that in 1981, he himself adopted a child, something that had been unheard of in the history of the Catholic Church. A Catholic priest adopting a child. He did not stop there, Father Clemens. He has taken personal responsibility for and have adopted other children and have been an excellent father to 4 wonderful children, Joey, Friday, Stuart, and St. Anthony, 4 sons of Father Clemens. Father Clemens' selfless devotion to humanity did not stop there. After retiring from the Holy Angels Church in 1994, Father Clemens made his way to our nation's capital. He came here to Washington, D.C. to establish the one church. He established the one church, one addict program, beginning here in our nation's capital. Mr. Speaker, as some of us more seasoned folks in this chamber may recall, this was a time when our nation's capital was known as the murder capital of America. This fact did not deter Father Clemens from seeking to help those in need, from trying to be a solution to a highly recognized problem. Father Clemens' unboundless love was in full effect once again. Even after all the years of selfless, sacrificial, hard work, Father Clemens still had more to give. In 1999, he established the One Church, One Inmate program, which was a shared effort to help prison inmates and their families by helping inmates transition from incarceration to a life as productive and spiritually healed, law-abiding citizen. What a remarkable man Father George C. Clemens was, and what a remarkable man he is this very day. The nation, Hollywood, has recognized this glorious man. They made a movie after him called The Father George C. Clemens Story, where the award-winning actor Lou Gossett starred as Father Clemens. In short, Mr. Speaker, Father Clemens has been a beacon of light during the dark days of our nation. He's been a community leader, a selfless advocate for the downtrodden, and above all else, he's been a true and loyal friend to those who are in need. He's a religious man who walks the walk just as he talks the talk. I can speak no better words for this great American hero, Father George C. Clemens. No better words than those that are taken from the Bible, from Holy Scripture. And let me close, Mr. Speaker, with these very words taken from the book of Proverbs and chapter 29 and 9. The Bible says, He who has a generous eye will be blessed, for he gives of his bread to the poor. This is the manner, the mind of the man, Father George C. Clemens. Mr. Speaker, I honor, I love, I'm grateful for, and I am indebted to the remarkable love and work, commitment, and dedication of my friend, Father George C. Clemens. And I yield back the balance. I want to yield some time, such time as he may consume, to my colleague, my comrade, my cohort, my co-conspirator, my friend from the 7th District of Illinois, the one and only Congressman Danny K. Davis.
Will the gentleman suspend for one moment? Thank you, Chair. Will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate concur in a House amendment to the Senate Amendment to H.R. 244, an act cited as the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2017.
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have?
46 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Don't feel obligated.
I know that Congressman Rush has extolled the virtues of Father Clemens sufficiently, and I certainly won't need 45 or 46 additional minutes to do that. But I can tell you that Father George Clemens is an exemplary, extraordinary, unordinary man, a priest of the highest order, but a man who adopted 4 sons. And he has just been tributed, not only here, but certainly back in our hometown of Chicago, Illinois. And the thing about his 4 sons that he adopted, being a single priest, that was not the easiest thing in the world to do, but all 4 of them have become outstanding individuals every place they have been throughout America. Father Clemens not only saved my colleague at a time of great peril and a time of great need, which demonstrated tremendous courage, but down through the years, he has continued to provide creative leadership and great initiatives, especially as related to children and the needs that they had. One church, one child, one church, one family, one church helping individuals who were in need of help. And so I joined with Congressman Rush in paying tribute to this outstanding humanitarian, Father George Clemens. But, Mr. Speaker, I also come to the floor to give tribute to a lady, Miss Ruth Life, an educator, friend, and community activist. I've been fortunate, Mr. Speaker, to have known many outstanding individuals during my lifetime, but never have I known a more outstanding, more passionate, more consistent, more reliable, or more giving of herself than Miss Ruth Life, whom I met in the 1960s. I met Miss Life during the time when community activism was at a serious high level, especially in the city of Chicago, Illinois, where I come from. My life, like many of our generation, Miss Life was involved, actively engaged in efforts to make life for people who lived in the communities where we lived and worked better. Both of us worked for the Chicago public school system at that time. We were working in District 10, where Mr. Joseph Rosen was superintendent of schools, and Miss Ida Mae Montfletcher, as we called her, was the leading school activist. As time went on, I left the teaching profession, but continued to run into Miss Life at meetings and church activities. When it came to teaching, there were none better. As she became the assistant principal at the Roswell B. Mason Elementary School, she was creative, encouraging, and imaginative. When you walked into the Roswell B. Mason Elementary School, you knew that teachers were teaching and students were learning. 38 years is a long time to teach and educate, but Miss Life spent a lifetime of service to humanity, especially through her church, the People's Church of the Harvest, Church of God in Christ, where Reverend Michael Eady is the pastor and visionary. Their church has just recently developed a $13 million housing project through their Community Development Association, of which Miss Life was secretary. And as she passes away and moves to another level of being, I can almost hear the Master speaking to her, saying, "Well done, my good and faithful servant. You have done exceptionally well here on earth. Now I invite you to come on up to the bosom of Abraham, where you can rest in peace and spend eternity." Mr. Speaker, I am so delighted to have had this opportunity to exemplify the life of this outstanding woman, Ms. Ruth Life. I thank you very much and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Gentleman from Illinois yields back. You're going to keep him here, sir? Take care.
We announce adjourned.
Thank you. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. Monday next.
And the House gavels out for the week and actually through next week as well as they leave for their district work period. Not before, though,